I also when I did the quest back, the first thing that I did was like, okay, I presume if there are nothing on the map that I can see, that it's all good, right? Like, if we load up our recent file, it's going to be in the Mystery Labyrinth, of course, because that's the last one I did, but to get everything back up to speed. But I can still load what it was like afterwards. So I can't directly load the file I actually want to show off. And you can hear the Mystery Labyrinth music right now.
Say, Vivia, do you remember anything about the...
So I want to load for a second. I want to load the previous one that I did. Because the first thing I did when I tried to do the request myself, sneeze. I think allergy season is happening for me. I am hay fever allergic, so that might happen a few times. I may not be able to save it every time. I apologize in advance. But yeah, I initially couldn't see anything else to go on the map, right? And you can't really. If I go to the map, not that map, this map, there are no other green symbols telling me to go anywhere. The only symbol it's telling me to go to is the canine station to progress the game, which is why I did it. Because this is already kind of borked a little bit, you know? The quest line, the request, the side quest. This one is kind of messed up in this game. Right? For one thing, it doesn't show you on the map that you still need to go somewhere, even though you do. And secondly, okay, I don't know where else to go. I know the church is where I got the quest, and that's where I'm supposed to head back to at the end. So I'm gonna go to the church, right? Because that's obviously where I'd go first. I don't necessarily know it wants me to go anywhere else, okay? So I went to the church first when I was redoing this. I just want to show this off in case I do a Mission Impossible video for it, because this is quite strange and crazy. So you go up the staircase to try and talk to the nun, right? It's all good and you think everything's fine, and it's like, okay, even if I haven't completed it, she'll tell me where to go next, right? I don't know. Alright, so the nun is here, and then you try talking to her. And then you try talking to her. And then you try talking to her, and it just soft locks. Straight up, out the gate, just straight up soft locks. And the reason why is because this is very crude. What's supposed to happen is, even though they didn't count for this, it's crazy. You're supposed to have, on the map, 2 other locations to go to. You're supposed to have the clock tower to go to, and Etheria Academy to go to. I haven't done those, but it never showed them on the map or the thing, which is why I didn't do them yet. So if we go back now this time, and we do those 2 other parts of the quest, other people who need help, and then we'll go back to the church. I just wanted to show this a little bit. There was a lot more I had to do to recover, obviously, because I had to do all the stuff that we had done. This is stuff that I had missed, which is relatively small compared to redoing all the stuff I had done. But it was crazy. Like, it was nuts. Like, I wasn't expecting a soft lock like this on this scale. It was pretty bad. Anyway, at that point, I'm like, okay, if I go back, I soft lock. I have no idea how to finish this request. I better look up what the hell they want me to do on the internet. So quickly, I found the information on the internet, and now look, there's this weird, like, symbol here, which I didn't even see. But, like, look, the clock tower doesn't even have it. This one, the green one, moves when you touch it, so it clearly knows you want to do that. But there's a clock tower one too, you know. Let's try doing the clock tower one first this time. I'm pretty sure I did the Etheria one first last time. Let's try doing the clock tower one first this time. See if it actually shows up the person or not. This is going to be new territory again. It's just very, very strange. You know? Oh no. Okay. Interesting. I just learned something about. I learned something about my new chat box. Because I don't really have. I only work with 2 monitors. This actually is starting to make me want to get a 3rd monitor. Since I only work with 2 monitors, I don't really have. I do have more space, but I'd have to clean up my desk and stuff. I've been minimizing the Pontificator chat and its configuration thing, just so that I can see everything else, you know? But it turns out if I do that, it doesn't update, which is why the Gumshoe Gab only appeared, not when I wrote it, but, and it didn't appear in its fancy, like, write out the text style that it does. It only appeared incomplete full when I brought up the window again. I didn't know that was the thing. I'm still working, you know, ironing out the cracks. If we go here, there is no green exclamation mark symbol. There doesn't seem to be anyone I can talk to along this road. Bear that in mind, because there will be, once we do the ethereal one. We should be able to do all 3 at any point, but this quest is completely blocked. It's crazy. It's no surprise I couldn't do it. Starters, you know, with the crashing, it doesn't show me anything to go to next. If I go to the church, it crashes, literally soft locks the game. As I was trying to show you by pointing my controller to the camera and moving about the analog stick, because it wouldn't do anything, you know. You can thankfully still access the menu to load out of it, but still freaking crazy. Anyway, so if we're not going to be able to do that yet, we can do this. And when we do this one, the other one will be available. I wonder, I want to look at the map as soon as we load up here, see what point it remembers what it needs to do. If I have to complete this one first, or whether this is enough. It's probably going to require me to complete the other one. Yeah. That's complete the other one. I hate this conversation, by the way. Conversation fucking sucks. I'm not going to really go through that. I'm just going to question. He's a bitch that can't appreciate that other people are just asking a question.
I knew it.
Apparently, asking questions is called harassment these days because he's crazy.
Sure.
Leave it to me. Nah, give him a chance. Fuck's sake. Not even hearing him out.
That's why.
Of course, it's attacking Desahigo as usual. Anyway, now you see the exclamation mark on the clock tower. That was not there before because we hadn't done this one yet. So now we can go to the clock tower, like I said that we were trying to do before, because it's so messed up that it doesn't even allow you to do things in anything but its specific order. When, you know, they're just 3 different people to ask questions to. That's not really something that requires a particular order. But it does in this case because they mess. And now look, the map has the green exclamation mark where it didn't before. Crazy, right? An absolute mess. And now we have this person. This person is scared. Oh, what do I do? Da 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 da.
I see.
We're at a cafe.
Maybe.
She wants to be like
I
Fubuki.
knew it.
But doesn't understand Fubuki's advice is because it's crazy talk. Forget about the evil gods. I think fine is okay. Oh.
For now, I'm sure. Yes.
Okay, so now that we've done all 3 of these,
Yeah.
it says get bad back to none. Now you have the nun pop up, which is fine in of itself if it had the other 3 shown like it should have. And watch what happens instead of being able to walk right up to the nun, which is kind of why it soft locks. It kind of gives picture to why it soft locks you there if you try going to the nun prior to completing the quest. This is again really weird, but it does help. So watch very carefully. getting up the stairs, and now it's already into a cutscene. So basically, we broke the sequence and we broke the cutscene. We didn't allow the cutscene to play, and because we didn't allow the cutscene to play, it basically softlocked, it crashed.
Hey. I'll kill your
Because we need to do this stuff, a little bit of cutscene, whatever. Apparently, someone who's impetulant and rude and insolent is a saint in this game, but someone looking for love is not. How dare
I
they?
knew it.
I could not disagree more. But anyway, that's just the details of this stupid quest.
Oh! Yeah,
Oh!
That's great.
I forgot. I need to learn it. Learning insurance and handling it. I didn't really forget it. Playing along with it. Oh! Anyway, this game is a bit of a mess. There's no question. It is unfortunate. Because I do love it. But it's still Danganronpa. Not as well made as Danganronpa, of course not. But hey, at least that's something. I just wanted to show that off because it's so strange. I rarely come across soft blocks like that in the games I play. Very rare. So, yeah. Quite interesting. I'm just... That's my timestamp.
Say, Vivia, do
We've
you
read
remember?
this already. Oh. Also, yeah, not gonna be able to access. I forgot. That is very frustrating. You can't upgrade. It doesn't work. At least not the health ones. Do I care about the other ones though? Using deathmatch. Solution key selection. I don't know what solution key selection. What's that for? This is down. Of course. You don't actually have.
Ooh, there's that mystery!
Huh?
How can you even make any noise if you're being... What the fuck?
I wish they wouldn't spring out of nowhere like that.
Mystery is blank.
I thought this labyrinth would only require your wits, but it looks like it's going to take more than that, Yuma.
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of wits, so he doesn't have a choice.
You can take.
Huh? Why didn't a problem appear?
There's no problem to fix.
Not only was there no problem, no choice appeared either.
No, there are two doors.
Master, maybe you don't even know which mystery to start with to solve this case.
Yeah.
Did you
there's
know
so many
previously?
unknowns.
I don't think
I'm
we've
honestly
ever really
feeling
known.
lost right now.
We're suddenly going down directions I didn't want to go down. The beginning of the last trial was something I didn't care for. When we started talking about the hand and the gun and being left-handed and all that, and how you put bullets into the rifle.
Come on! You gotta know where to start with this stuff, or you won't be able to solve a single thing!
Yeah, but Shinigami. Mystery Labyrinth is supposed to help direct me. If I knew the start, it's kind of like saying, why don't I know the answer already? In which case, if I already know the answer, what's the point of it? The answer to the whole thing or the answer to the start is still an answer.
Let's decide that for now. What's the first mystery of this case?
How did the culprit get through the fucking security system? Did they get through it in the security system and went through the system, or did they bypass it entirely? Those are your two options. How about that? Or it could be something completely different.
The first mystery is the fact that Dr. Wesker was murdered in a completely locked room with no way in or out. The doctor was located deep.
But it
in
could
the
be so many
critical
different
lab,
things.
behind layers
It's like
of security.
a mystery is not, even if it may be at the end, but when you start out with it being a mystery and not like a story that you understand, it's a ball of rubber bands tied into one another. You don't have really a known place to start. There are several different places you could tug at that might be the starting point. By the end, it might end up being a nice long ribbon connected from point to point to point to get to your final, answer. But at the beginning, it's a bloody mess. That's the problem with it. So saying that there's one particular starting point isn't necessarily really accurate at all.
And yet,
What if
he
you
was
don't
found
know where to
stabbed death.
start? No, of course I don't know where to start. It's not like a book. Yeah.
We were the first to discover the body. At the time, we were controlling the robot Amapel. Because of that, we were thought to be the culprits, but we obviously aren't. So how did the culprit get in and out of the doctor's lab?
I mean, that is my question, yeah.
That's
It doesn't have
what
to
I
be
don't
first.
know.
There are many things we don't fucking know.
But the
This
culprit
is not. I'm
definitely
nowhere
the
near as
hitman,
comfortable with this
right?
one. Obviously, of being Dr. Wesker before he died to be the target than I was in the previous one. The previous one I had pretty much on my hand. This one is. I don't know.
I think so, but I'm not absolutely sure.
No, it may well be a cover-up and someone pretending, copycatting, and not making necessarily a great job because maybe not all the pieces are there. There's the signature knife, of course.
Besides, even if the hitman did it, there's the question of who hired him. But there's no doubt the hitman stabbed Chief Yako.
Is there no doubt? Because you just said it could be someone else. Could be.
That's the only thing I'm absolutely certain about.
Like, how does this make sense?
I think so, but I'm not absolutely sure. But there's no doubt the hitman stabbed Chief Yako.
Oh, stabbed Chief Yako, but not necessarily who stabbed Wesker. That's the only thing I'm certain about. I don't know if we can be certain about that either. Hello.
Peacekeepers?
Are they gonna be our, phantom? Just like the phantoms would be individuals like Elon.
Kanai Ward's garbage. What are you doing here?
Hello, Phantom.
Yomi Hell's smile.
Of course, he would be the Phantom this time around, getting in the way of the progress.
So the director of the Peacekeepers is here.
Yeah, but he's just part of the Mystery Labyrinth.
It's not the real Yogi House. It's a phantom conjured by the ritual. It's not yet. It's not.
I figured. In other words, he's a monster created from the labyrinth.
I mean,
right?
if you know everything, then but why are you making us, deeply explain it?
Right.
You pieces of shit.
There we go.
You're disturbing the peace of Kanai Ward.
This guy doesn't seem like an easy opponent.
But we have no choice.
He has a sword
For
that looks like
Chief
a
Yako, for everyone.
he's just like, oh, a little bit of gas to it.
You killed Dr. Weska, didn't you? Turn yourselves in so I can torture you to death!
I mean, like what you did with Martina Electra. Here comes raising that match.
You're the... ones who killed Dr. Weska. You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible. Possible to bypass the system while it's active.
I guess that is true.
Remember how we got through the security systems and then you can regret that statement? You need to prove that the guy's on Garbage first, Master.
Or do that after. I'm scared to shoot him behind.
I think I can prove that it was a trainer that's like Susan Key.
You're the... ones who killed Dr. Weska. You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the ones who killed Dr. Weska. You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active. In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder.
This is the truth.
When the body was first discovered, Amapal was about to enter the doctor's lab, but something bumped into it and knocked it over. In fact, there was a mark on Amapal's head, like someone kicked it. That mark wasn't there when we borrowed it. It's proof that someone else was in the lab.
You call that evidence? Is bullshit the only thing that comes out of that mouth? Don't make me laugh.
I am pressing the button and you're just not doing it.
There was an intruder.
You switched up on me. I didn't know I was in repel mode. There was no sign that I was switched to repel mode. So I was pressing Y for the keys and it wasn't doing anything because there were no keys that time. But it's just like, I had keys. And now it switched to repel mode without really giving me a chance to know that that was what I was in.
Watch carefully for what the opponent says. Select the part you want to investigate.
Got it.
Don't make me laugh.
I was about to fall asleep.
Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
That claim doesn't hold up. What do you mean? We proved there wasn't an intruder.
You still don't understand? Don't make me laugh!
Yeah, no, there's keys. I didn't get the idea.
If there
It
was
didn't show
another-
me back that far.
Intruder? Then where did they
Why am I
go?
not getting it?
By the time you arrived at the scene,
Kind of.
there was no one else, right? There's no place to hide in the critical lab. There's no way they got past you. Or are you saying they slipped away and you missed it?
Trying to hit
It's
that.
obviously impossible.
Walker.
Isn't that funny? You just proved you committed the crime.
You didn't let me hit the previous one.
Right.
Yeah, no one passed by you guys and didn't see anyone.
But
It had to be an intruder.
And I guess I must have been hiding somewhere after all. Let's bring the season keys again.
They may have been hiding somewhere truly unexpected.
if there was another... intruder, then where did they go?
Why doesn't that give me the, you know, that?
By the time you arrived at the scene,
I press
there
right,
was
you
no
don't do
one else,
shit!
right? There's no place to hide in the critical lab.
I'll slash through this mystery.
I press right, you just don't fucking read it at all? Come on!
There's a hiding spot. It's inside the airlock's decontamination device. The vent cover can be easily removed, and there's just enough space for someone to fit inside. If they hid inside the decontamination device, we wouldn't have seen them when we arrived at the scene.
So what? You've got it all wrong anyway. Everything is wrong. Your existence is all wrong. Have fun chasing that fake truth you
Yeah,
found.
see you. Bye bye. Enough of this part. Especially when you don't read my inputs. I move and it just stays there. I go, what the fuck? I pressed the direction.
We managed to defeat him this time, but it's not over yet.
Not over, not over, not over, not over yet.
He sure is persistent, huh?
Anyway, there's no doubt someone else was inside the doctor's lab. So let's unravel each mystery one at a time.
All right, we'll get it this time.
We got it previous time. Yeah.
Come on, why does it have to be so sudden?
You didn't make a noise this time.
Okay, now that we've wedged our way into this mystery, we just gotta head through the labyrinth and reach the truth!
Well, we just said that there was a truth. We were allowed to progress with
Say.
that being said.
The mystery's just getting started. No symbols here, Master.
Better not say it. We were allowed to finish that last thing saying there wasn't a truth. We would be able to progress
Just
out
now
of that
getting to the
fucking
point.
stupid,
What a pain.
they call it, reasoning death argument thing. The reasoning death match, if it was going to be done.
Hey, don't sigh, this is a good thing!
Sorry.
Anyway, let's head inside.
There was an intruder for sure. We know someone bumped into Amapal.
Yeah, we'll go.
The culprit probably hit Amapel on their way out. After that, they must have intended to leave the lab. But they couldn't because we were in the front chamber. So they hid inside the decontamination device to avoid us.
So, if we checked inside the decontamination device on the way to the scene, we would have caught the culprit then and there.
Yeah, but it was an emergency and we had no idea they were in there.
It's
I'm not gonna
super
tell you.
lame to make up excuses, Master.
It's not an excuse, but it is true. If I had thought about why Amapal was knocked over at that time, I would have realized the culprit was in there. We could have waited in ambush to search for them. And if I'd caught the culprit then, Chief Yako wouldn't have gotten stabbed.
Master, wallowing in regret is even lamer. If you have time for that, you have time to keep going.
Right.
Yeah, even if you lose 3 times in a row. Quite a depressing day, isn't it?
Really? Another fork in the path.
Wow, surprising. How did the culprit enter the lab?
Seems like we're finally at the central question.
Never enter in the
This is the first step to solving how the culprit committed an impossible murder.
I leave the rest to you. I'm going to read a book or something.
You can bring your own stuff into the mystery labyrinth?
He's just special.
Okay. Yeah, let's not try to it makes sense and everything. In a fucking game all about solving mystery. I'll leave it to you to solve.
Shout out Good for Nothing and Name Exam Bar. What's up with your killer deductions, master?
Well, the doctor must have been surprised because he was like, "What? Who are you?" I don't think it's the right one. The second one doesn't make any sense if there's an intruder, so I presume it has to be this.
Right here!
It only makes sense.
The culprit used the blackout to slip past security and into the lab.
Comes this fucking walking
That
section
answer
here.
is pretty simple. Almost too simple.
Because someone among us does not much.
Huh? A trap?
Guess you were wrong, Yuma. Well, I already knew that
Oh,
before
you won't need to
entered.
be wrong. If it was wrong, Vivian, there would be way more of those cues popping up. You don't want me to be right because you are the simple answer.
What? Why
You'll
didn't you tell
probably
me?
be dead by the end of it. But I don't really know. I don't feel anybody who's comfortable about it. Don't keep
Wanted me to tell you?
ideas.
You should have said so earlier.
No, you said you didn't want to say do anything. You just wanted to fucking read a book, and I'm gonna pass on this one.
People only grow by learning from past mistakes, which is why I purposely...
Yeah, that's gonna benefit us, isn't it?
Master, we have to get out of here!
How do we get out?
Well, those two are just jumping in place. Good for them.
Use logic to show how this route is the wrong one!
All right, I'll try. The doctor said the critical lab was on a separate grid, and the lab switchboard wasn't in the electrical room. The security wouldn't shut off, even if there was a blackout in the building. Well, I may have messed up, but at least we got a little closer to the truth.
Maybe, but if you hadn't messed up in the first place, you wouldn't have to come up with such a lame excuse.
I know. I'll do better next time.
I don't need your hindsight bullshit. You either know the answer or you don't. And if you don't, just shut up. If you do, you should say. As simple as that. Well, never entered in the first place has to be better than invited in by the doctor. Because why is the doctor fucking surprised? Maybe the doctor just didn't realize he was inviting it. Easier for me to refuse if they want me to do that.
Right here!
Because he said it himself.
The doctor invited
Is it
the
going to be
culprit
none of these
in?
three? Is that it? Is it going to be
why?
like the fucking How shit?
Things are
In the
so
third
muddled
trial,
now
in
because
third-
we're assuming the culprit forced their way
None of these
inside.
things.
If the culprit was invited to the lab, then he easily would have been able to enter.
Ah, so you think the doctor disabled the security? He wouldn't need it if he was expecting a guest.
They're all going to be wrong. Is that-
Huh? This route is wrong too?
They're all wrong.
Again?
No need to worry, Yuma. I don't mind it at all if we can't find a way to move forward.
Yeah, because you'll die. Right?
Sheesh. Even I'm losing motivation. You can
Then
take
how
all
about you
this
tell us the
now.
answer since you're so
Maybe
fucking
Master?
great?
Don't let him influence you!
We're doing the same sort of shit as the color things. The red, blue, and yellow. Collectively, none of them. Opposed to collectively, all of them.
The log on the
I was
doctor's
gonna refute it
computer
just by
didn't
saying
show
that
any
Dr.
signs of security
Dr.
being
Mabel.
shut down. If that's the case, he certainly didn't cut
he didn't
security
necessarily
just to
say
let
no.
someone
He was
in.
like, who are you? Help me! I don't know how this person got in. Because I didn't let them in.
No excuses, Master. Do it again.
Being vain. I think I don't know what's up, Shinigami. We've been through this.
You're tired, Yuma. Why don't you
Why
down
don't you
for a
let me
bit?
kill you? I mean, well, let me
Resting
solve
here
this.
wouldn't help me at all.
Yeah, that's what I know. When we unwittingly allowed in simulation, somebody with the power to do all sorts of things in a corporeal, non-corporeal form. Never entered in the first place. Well, at least we have the right answer now. We must have the right answer now, man. This game wouldn't just give free no answer. Like it did in the
Culprit never entered? But you said there's no doubt the culprit was in there.
Perhaps the intruder is not the culprit after all.
this guy's movement.
So you're saying that the doctor committed suicide? If the doctor committed suicide, then the culprit wasn't the intruder, but the doctor himself.
But if the doctor did it, there would be no intruder. The doctor was already in the lab.
He's already pretty close.
Huh? What? This was the last route!
This labyrinth is a tricky one. It's like one of those
tricky.
old detective novels. Perhaps you're the real culprit, Yuma.
Yeah, I'm sure you did that.
Really, Master?
Of course not! Focus! We need to get out of here!
Back. Both of these kind of say the same thing. This one talks about the. It doesn't really, but it somewhat alludes to the email, which shows that there was a reason for someone to want to do it. And then there's this, which is how the hell does he put knives in his back? And then there's no other way he died. I'm gonna go with that one.
That's right. The doctor was stabbed 3 times in the back. One stab would have indicated that he held the knife in place, then fell on it to kill himself. But he couldn't have made 3 wounds like that. There's no way it was a suicide. What's going on? Were all three routes
Remember the
wrong?
previous fucking trial case.
I wonder what it means.
We have to look at things in a different perspective. That's what we did last time, right? We didn't ask the hows. We're not going to get any closer to the case with the girls on the hows. In this case, we don't look at this part of the case. We look at the motive. Like the fucking emails. And the reason they're not arrested in the room. It's the same shit.
Hey, there's another door.
I get it! Since we proved that every possibility was wrong, a new
This
one
is
appeared.
what you were saying was going to happen when we disproved the other one that I was talking about, but it didn't happen. Now this has happened.
Interesting. The Mystery Labyrinth not only materializes the case, but also changes based on your investigation.
Right. Something felt off about those other routes. It's almost like we were forced to choose the wrong way.
But by eliminating each wrong answer one by one, you opened the path to the right answer.
That's a leap of faith that isn't real in reality. This is logical fact. Just because you say, "Oh, this isn't right," doesn't mean that you're, closer. Yes, but not like really closer in the sense of that like there's one less thing to worry about, but not closer in the sense of knowing what that right one is.
You sound disappointed.
Who cares? Let's just see what's in the final route!
Maybe we should care because he's the one that can do the comfort.
They use spectral projection to enter and kill him?
Then, the culprit is... I can't believe the culprit entered the labyrinth with us. That's never happened before. How dare you trick me!
Oh, because you can't be tricked, eh? So much for always shit talking about Yuma's failings.
There is no escape! Once the mystery labyrinth is solved, the culprit will be judged! Master, let's finish up this mystery labyrinth and boom kill this dude!
Hold on!
Obviously it's not that obvious. Then.
Huh? Another trap?
That's why I said to wait. There's no way Vivian...
Yeah, who's gonna bitch about Yuma's failings this time, eh?
Then, prove it and beat this thing!
Oh, then it's you're happy to just take the lead ad hoc whenever you bloody will, but when you've run out of fucking ideas, then you pass the buck of responsibility back to Yuma again, so you can blame him. Oh my god,
I won't be convinced until you do!
unbearable. How old are you, sir? I know it's not something you should normally ask of a woman, but you are such a childish brat. You kind of go beyond that. Entered and killed via special projection is wrong because it's heard from Vivian. The traits of the ghost form follows. You cannot touch anything while using special projection, and it cannot take out its own. No, but we're not talking about necessarily like doing the crime with special projection, but simply passing through the place. But yeah, the ghost form traits.
To begin with, nothing can be touched while in ghost form. He couldn't have held the murder weapon, the knife. So it's not possible that he stabbed the doctor. Now, do you trust Vivia?
No. No, never will.
Master, I've said this 1,000 times, but a detective must suspect everything. Besides, it's his fault for being so sketchy. The way he looks, how he talks, everything is super suspicious.
Sorry. I do try to stay out of sight.
Fuck the way he talks and la 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 la. He literally threatened to kill you, so clearly he's perfectly happy and content with the idea of killing you. What's stopping him from killing anyone else?
Anyway, let's go back.
He had to be convinced otherwise to not kill you.
If he's not the culprit, then we're back to square one.
Let's try going back to the fork in the path. Maybe something else changed.
I mean, it's true, I don't like him, I don't like characters like that. I don't like the Usopp typical portrait character. I don't like any of them. But this guy literally tried or threatened to kill you very seriously and had to be
Aren't any new
convinced
doors?
otherwise. Who knows who he fucking killed?
What? There's nowhere to go? What was the point of eliminating all the other paths?
Again, the perspective
Come
change.
on.
Don't start with that again. How about you help us for a change?
You're the one that's been
Better
starting the whole time.
cooperate.
So
Unless you want to get
attacking others
chopped up
for
by Master
being
Solution
insignificant
Blade.
and not dealing with it, making mistakes.
Hold on,
When are you
Shinigami.
going to learn and be and you are
I don't want to
all
get chopped up.
the problems.
I
that
dislike
are
pain
They're
immensely.
incredibly hypocritical.
But you know, the journey up to now wasn't a waste. We did eliminate many possibilities.
Again,
But that means nothing
an
if we can't
eliminated
reach the
possibility
truth.
versus a
Nothing.
possibility of the unknown that we don't
Why
know
do you want the
is the answer or otherwise. Not exactly any better. Not really. And unless you feel like utterly convinced that your check was right, that it's wrong, but can't really be when you have feel like
truth in the first place?
Huh?
back to that
It's
again.
easy to say you want the truth, but are you sure you can handle it? No matter how cruel that truth may be.
Can I handle it?
Olivia, you got to understand that
I'm still not
you
sure
do not need
if
to
you're the
make that
kind of
decision
person
to
who
have the
can.
conviction.
I bet you're not sure either.
Go for it.
That's why you're still so hesitant. This mystery labyrinth also reflects your reluctance. Maybe that's why you can't reach the truth.
What are you talking about? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I won't hesitate to expose the truth.
So you still haven't realized it? Guess you're not quite there yet. Well, that's fine for now. But eventually, you'll be forced to make a choice. When that happens, you'll have to prove your conviction and expose the truth, like you said.
Enough nonsense. Let's find some clues.
I'm sure it's not nonsense. I'm also
As an apology for the
interested to see where
distraction,
it goes.
let me tell you something. This labyrinth appears to change shape by reflecting our investigation.
You said that already.
So, instead of following the revealed path, isn't it possible to
We're gonna be
carve
using
your own
wall,
path?
wall break like in Labyrinth of Refrain.
Carve my own path.
Break walls. It's Labyrinth of Refrain.
That's
over
right,
here.
Shinigami. We can create new routes with our own deductions.
It's basically Labyrinth of
Maybe
Refrain.
we can do it here.
Sometimes, just a slight change in perspective is enough to completely change how you see things.
So if I change my perspective here, I might see something new. I see. I was so focused on how to overcome the security system. But that's not right. I need to change my perspective and think about who could have overcome it.
Don't box yourself in with your own assumptions.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
I hate when the anemic vampire tells us what to do. But if Master wants to... then fine. I'll lend you my power. Lay it all
Oh
out, Master.
god. I am not ready for this. This fucking game again with its insta kill.
Try to solve it, lickety split.
Who is capable? You don't even show me like. The other doctor did it? I pressed that and you didn't do it.
That's right.
Oh my god, I hate you. You don't click?
Go, go, go. That's right.
You didn't even show me how many spaces on this. So the doctor, the other doctor. Because he hated it.
A new route appeared.
This is all thanks to me.
No, it's actually.
Perhaps I said too much. Well, nothing has been solved yet.
I wish you'd express yourself a little better. How can we tell if you're happy or sad?
I've never been happy or sad in my entire life. I wanna die.
This guy's hopeless.
Anyway, let's explore this new route.
I don't think there's anything down there. Let me. Really going forward. Yeah, I could.
Hopefully it was the correct move this time. Let's move it, Master.
Think about who could get past security? The only option we know of is Amapal.
True, and that's how we were able to get through security ourselves.
But it's just a toy
He just
robot.
turns you back in a way.
How is it related to the case?
I don't know yet, but since Amapal can get through security, it must be important.
It's sealed off here, too.
Hey, there's an intercom. Maybe someone will respond if you use it.
No
Fucking
way. Huh? Doctor?
This is looking like Tokuko's fucking song. AI
Wait,
caused the volume.
who are you? Somebody come help me!
Isn't this the footage of when the doctor was attacked?
Yeah, you're right.
Because, yeah, these labyrinths are a lot more like Somnium than they are the trials and that.
The mystery materialized. It must be related to what the doctor just said. So the question is, who did the doctor say, "Who are you?" to? Well, I'll leave it to you.
I don't get how you can keep reading at a time like this.
He knows about all of them. But does it make sense to be the culprit? Armor Power was the one that went through the whole shit.
There's a door here too, buzzing through it with your power seduction master.
Oh.
To you. I mean, we already established, presumably, that the culprit could not have been there himself. If they're using armor power to get... Unless... they use armor power to get through the security system. And then they open the bunker. There they go. But they can't, because we were there. Then there would be a second armor power. Right. Doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't he know about armor power? Is that even something we can go on? That...
I can certainly understand why you'd want to choose that. But wasn't security active at that point?
Look, both don't make any fucking sense. One, he should surely know about Armor Pal. He works at the fucking place. Two, if Armor Pal is the one he sees, what is Armor Pal doing? Deactivating the security. If it's not like Armor Pal can just fucking become sentient and move differently to what it normally does, like a fucking Dalek, and attack him. The way Armor Pal moves is not...
I considered all the various possibilities, but I couldn't figure out a way to get past the security.
It doesn't make sense in this Armor Pal either. It doesn't.
If I'm right,
He should know what Armor Pal is. Why is he
there's no
asking who
basis
are
to
you
infer
if
that
he
someone
knows what
had
Armor Pal
entered
is?
the doctor's lab at this point? Which means you can't say the doctor was directing those words to the culprit.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. No one? Just feigning it?
At this point in time, you still hadn't borrowed Amapal, yes? Then Amapal itself has an alibi. However weird it may be to talk about a robot having an alibi. And normally, I don't believe anyone would shout out, "Who are you?" to a robot.
Exactly! It never makes sense. What do you mean no one? Why is he saying no to no one? Is he insane?
Right.
This makes no sense. That makes no sense! The fuck? Why is he acting like he's in trouble
Didn't activate.
like
Does
that
that mean we found the
to
right
no
answer?
one?
Huh? So the right answer is no one? Why would the doctor say, "Who are you?" if no one was there?
The security was still active at the time, so no one could enter the doctor's lab, right?
Amapal could. That's why Amapal.
And that was before I borrowed Amapal. So the only explanation is that no one was there.
Why would he say that if no one was there?
Pretend like there was. So you're going back to the idea that it was a suicide?
I think if we go there, we'll find the answer.
What? That route's obviously just a side road.
Or is it
Cares
because
what the old
spectral
geezer was
projection?
thinking anyway?
But it looks like this is the only way we can go.
So no one meaning
Besides,
like
I
a
am
ghost,
curious
because
about
they're
what
not
was going through his
someone.
mind.
They're a ghost. Or some I don't know, man. It's like no fun. Like I say, I prefer the last two chapters to this rubbish. I don't understand the fucking thing in this one. This one makes no goddamn sense.
It could be an important factor in solving the mystery behind this case.
Still, being forced to take a side route is too much trouble. Makes me wish I was dead.
Is this really the right path? I got a bad feeling about this.
You really plan on going forward. Yeah, none of that's really lit up. What the fuck is this? I
So,
don't know.
Master, do you have an idea about what the geezer was thinking?
Asking for the security to be hoping to incite us who are watching to bring security.
Not yet, but I think it has to do with why he said, "Who are you?"
Or is it back to being a suicide?
I think the doctor was putting on an act.
An act? Really?
I mean, like that? Really?
The doctor put on an act for a reason, but I have no idea why.
So he could commit suicide even though he had plans to leave?
We have to
But
figure
you
that
said
out by
3
going down
stabs.
this
If it was
doctor's
1, it'd be
motive
fine.
route.
If 3, it's can't. We already, proven that it couldn't have been a suicide. Because he was talking to a ghost and apparition. The doctor?
He's here too?
His penis, so I do.
You rats keep scurrying around. Do you really think you'll discover Dr. Weska's motive this way? Good luck with that, morons! He had no motive at all!
Well, you said there's
The
nothing
messages.
here. Let's head back.
Okay.
We can't do that! If he's trying to block our path, then this route must be important.
Nah, fine.
I'm only here because you maggots piss me off. So, I'm gonna end you here and now!
You can't even do that.
This was all part of the doctor's plan?
I pressed right!
That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood.
I pressed right, you just don't do a fucking answer.
You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu. There's no way he'd betray us!
If you think about it, there's no reason to pretend.
But
Yeah.
So why would you do that?
We had a reason. Yeah, we have.
This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
This is the truth. No, the doctor was planning on betraying Amaterasu Corporation. He was trying to escape Kanai Ward. He said so in the messages he wrote.
You little...
Yomi's rebuttal? What was that?
Who's Yomi's rebuttal?
What was he trying to deny? Why was he covering up the doctor's motives?
Because those are the motives
Seems that this
that lead to
case
motives why he's killed.
involves the inner workings of Amaterasu.
The doctor was going to betray Amaterasu. And whoever he was emailing knew that. So the doctor locked himself in the lab to protect himself from that person.
Perhaps the doctor's act had something to do with that.
Oh, thank you. Ah.
It's the security gate. Everything's locked up.
Which means this is a complex problem. We have to choose the right door and insert the correct solution key.
This is way more hassle than before. Guess I'll leave it to you, Yuma.
As always.
Was he planning to pretend that he was dead and then get through the morgue and somehow? At least part two. Which is why there are 3 stabs instead of just 1.
Oh,
When in doubt, stop making chicken but go door first. You can find the right solution easy.
Aim forward. I want it to be good.
The door actually opened. I knew I could let Yuma handle it.
Are you sure you aren't a phantom?
I'm thinking basically that the sulfuric acid is to help make a body much like the Aphex Logan situation, so that it's unrecognizable by anything. The necklace. Use somebody else, send it to be the doctor, and then the doctor to try and be part of the team that takes the bunny out. Is the doctor still around? Is the doctor still among the fucking peacekeepers? And the actual doctor.
So the
that looks
doctor
like a
tried to swap places with someone else to escape from Amaterasu.
is not actually the doctor. The person who's dead isn't actually the doctor. And the doctor tried maybe to swap places with the boss.
The notes he left behind in the lab
This
hinted
makes me
at his
think that the
plan.
corpse at the lab is not actually the doctor. It's somebody else. We don't know.
You mean the diagram with the sulfuric acid being poured on someone?
Yeah, he was going to swap places with a corpse, then melt it with acid. He wanted to disfigure it beyond recognition. That's how he planned to fake his own death.
At the very least, it'd buy him enough time to escape Kanai Ward.
Well, he
Or
might
so
still be
he
on the run.
thought.
And the corpse we found is not actually the doctor.
Wow! Melting a corpse with sulfuric acid?
You like that?
He's so cool and grotesque!
Just like you. Grotesque.
So who was the substitute supposed to be?
That's maybe the truth that Vinny's been warning us not to find out.
Maybe the hitman. The doctor was under surveillance by Amaterasu, but he was still looking for a chance to escape. When he learned a hitman was after him, he figured his chance had arrived. The doctor was hoping to use the security system to kill the hitman and use the body as a decoy.
viable. For now.
Now that I think about it, the doctor did seem to be waiting for the hitman to arrive.
The hitman hasn't arrived yet. When will he show up? Don't tell me this so-called first-rate hitman was captured by peacekeepers.
But the hitman never did show up. That's why the doctor had a sudden change of plans.
And that was the act he put on by asking you, "Who are you?"
Perhaps that was a trap to lure you in, Yuma.
He was trying to lure Master?
He considered taking advantage of the detectives, since the hitman never showed up. So if he called for help, he would charge into the lab, not knowing anything about the security system. And thereby, acquire the corpse he needed as his decoy.
That seems overly complicated. Like those guys who overthink asking girls out?
Yeah, because it's so easy to ask out. Those are jumping at the bit to be my girl.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
he couldn't have used another researcher. Someone would have noticed their absence. He needed visitors. People from outside to pull it off.
But you know what it is, though, Shinigami. You know who isn't overthinking how to ask girls out? Maybe they are in their own way, but they certainly don't shy away from it. Because when you say overthink, what you really mean is too indecisive and doesn't go about it because they're too scared of the precautions. But you know who actually does try to ask girls out? Yasuhiko! I'm glad you realize how good Yasuhiko is, you know, because he doesn't shy away from trying to ask. And look what it gets him! Why don't you just ask me out if you want to ask me out?
Rushed into the lab.
Yeah, why? I wonder
You'd
why.
be a super sexy
Let me think on
skeleton
that
right now.
one for a little bit.
Aw, so close.
You want that?
But the doctor's plan failed, and he actually got boom killed by the hitman.
Is that
I
true?
get what he was trying to do, but what about the impossible murder?
Assuming the attack on the doctor was just an act when we saw him through the intercom, we at least know for sure the real attack hadn't happened yet.
In other words, the culprit entered the lab after that exchange. So the problem is, when did they actually enter?
It was before Amapao found. There's a time frame between those 2 points.
Where are we?
This place is a real mystery. Then again,
Who the fuck is
I
this?
suppose that checks out.
Huh? Shinigami?
Yeah! Master! This looks like an important turning point! So, is that your final answer?
I haven't said anything yet.
Master, you need to narrow down the timing for when the culprit got inside.
I just did that. And it was
Now
clearly
then,
before.
here's a fateful fork in the road. It's life or death. We are at the crossroads of
And Amapao
mystery and
immediately saw the
solution.
fork.
This earth-shattering choice may be your last. Now,
Is the Amapao that we
Which
used? It
one
has to be
now
before,
will you
'cause we saw
choose?
reports. Trusting your soul. Has to be.
When I directed Amapel to go into the
We
doctor's
need the
lab,
solar core.
he already had a knife stuck in him. Which means he was murdered before
It's not like
Amapel entered
there's
the
anything
doctor's
added.
lab.
Your answer? Is correct!
It's the logical one.
Congratulations, Master! Would you like to double down?
No, I just think get out of it.
What are you talking about? Anyway, let's keep going.
It's the only one that makes any fucking sense. Unless you're trying to say he feigned it before the culprit finished the job or some bullshit. I mean,
Little by little, we're narrowing down when the culprit entered.
Yeah, but we still don't know how yet. It had to be between when we spoke to the doctor over the
It's literally the
intercom
first thing I
and when
thought of.
Amapel entered his lab.
as that stupid.
During
last
that
scene
time,
was-
the culprit entered the doctor's lab and murdered him.
and then
So
that's
the most
question.
likely time would be when you went to borrow Amapel, Master. The culprit had to have entered the lab then.
But Fubuki waited at the front chamber while Desuhiko and I went to borrow Amapel. She said no one entered or left the lab.
She killed the doctor.
Huh? We're back on the original path.
Maybe you're supposed to try opening that door now.
I'm sure that from here on out, it's not just about when, but also how the culprit got in. Yuma, there's no need to push yourself if things get too hard.
Sorry, what did you say to do?
Fairies, don't push yourselves too hard.
Oh,
No, I can do it. I'm going to solve it.
are we saying Kabuki did it?
This is a map of the critical lab.
So we have to determine where the culprit was before the murder.
Everywhere.
We'll have to
before the
solve
murder
them one at a
some point.
time.
Which point do you
Let's
mean?
start with this mystery.
If we
Where
know
were they?
the
They were in a
culprit
bunch of
was
places.
Before they got in, this route will be clear too. Do you know where, Yuma? At least one detective was always in the front chamber, yes? So the culprit couldn't have been there.
Right.
He's had, obviously, the hiding spot. We've already talked about the hiding spot in the reasoning death.
Here. The culprit must have been here.
But we already talked about that. In the reasoning deathmatch, we talked about that. Why are we going back to
After the
it? That's
exchange
not how
on the
these things are supposed
intercom,
to work.
Given there was always a detective at the front chamber. When we went to borrow Amapel, the culprit had to have already made their way inside. But
They followed Amazon.
the airlock is the only location that isn't affected by the security system. There. The culprit had to be inside that decontamination device before committing the crime.
I was too.
By the way,
Right, you went inside the decontamination device. Check it out. Nice memory.
Yeah.
No mysteries over. So big
by the way,
Right, you went inside the decontamination device. Check it out. Nice memory.
Yeah, I already said that.
but I thought he was just hiding in there to avoid being spotted after the crime.
E? Who's saying it's he?
So you think the culprit was in there before the crime too?
Yeah. The culprit was waiting for their chance. But we had no idea when we sent Amapel into the airlock.
And from there, Yuma, you guided Amapal to the doctor's lab. So the culprit entered the doctor's lab before then? How would that be possible?
Very little time.
Only Amapal could get past security, right?
Yeah, that's the next big question.
Maybe the culprit used another Amapal unit.
No. The researcher mentioned there was only one functioning Amapal.
Which means the Amapal Yuma controlled was the only one that could get past security.
So the culprit must have taken advantage of Master's Amapal to get into the doctor's lab.
Yeah, that's the only way. But how did they use it?
Door opens.
There's
right?
no solving the doctor's murder until we figure
Against
that
the
out.
positioning of the switch. And there's a massive door that blocks your.
I have an idea.
It takes
Will you
forever.
hear me
of course,
out?
when you push the
What is it?
arm in.
How
You're
about
not able to
giving
move,
up?
see.
I'm getting
what's
tired.
happening. You have to wait until you
Nope,
move.
motion
There's
denied.
a lot of time there. We didn't hear anything. We didn't hear the doctor scream out or anything.
Another fork in the road? Such a complicated mystery labyrinth.
Beyond each problem lies the truth. We're definitely getting closer to the heart of
Open
this
the
mystery.
fucking door and then kill him. Is that weapon edition? I mean, it's neither. There's a way through. That's all. Not really as a weapon or as a shield. Depends what your meaning of the word is. But he didn't, like, attack the doctor with Amapal, and he didn't, like, shield is confusing, right? He didn't, like, block an attack from the doctor with Amapau. He killed Amapau, or they killed, she maybe killed Amapau himself while Amapau was opening the door, and we couldn't see shit and we couldn't move because we have the extended arm. So it is neither. Because it's not how Amapau is. Amapau is the one that allows them to go through the rooms and then opens the door for them to kill the guy. They do their own killing. They don't use it as a weapon. They don't block anything. It isn't, you know, it's not the shield in that sense. The shield in the sense of it disarms the rooms for the culprit to pass, but not in a conventional shield sense. I don't like the way this is phrased, but you know, I mean, neither, I guess.
Do you think neither is really the right
Yes,
answer?
because it's not the purpose of Amapau.
Process of elimination? That must be it.
It's not a process of elimination, it's understanding what the fuck
Amapau's
it's
hands
for.
aren't designed to hold anything, so it couldn't use the knife to murder the
Doesn't
doctor.
matter. Even if you chuck it at the doctor and like, you know, it's a big rock or
Amapau
whatever.
wasn't the murder weapon.
It's not process elimination. It's understand what Amapau's for.
It can't neutralize the toxic gas.
It
And the
can.
high voltage shock would destroy
It absolutely can. They say that, you see, that's
So
why I
then,
said shield
how
is
did
more
the culprit
confusing.
use Amapau?
He said absolutely can neutralize the toxic gas by pressing the switch. Once you press the switch, it neutralizes it. Right? The whole thing is deactivated at that point. That's why we were able to run in. That's why we're able to run in. Once we've used Amapau to do the switch, we're able to run in. Why? Because it is a shield in the sense that it does deactivate the thing. You mean it doesn't? This is this. It can't neutralize the
can't
toxic
neutralize
gas.
the toxic
I mean, it
gas.
depends what you mean by
And the high
neutralize,
voltage
but it
shock would
certainly
destroy
stops
it.
toxic gas room from working once it presses the button. So they're hiding in the first room. They get to the door of first room or whatever, nearabouts, stay behind it. Amapau, you know, goes through to the end, pushes the button, deactivates. In that process, the culprit runs all the way from the first decontamination room, through the toxic gas chamber, through to the third room. Everything is deactivated. Goes and kills the doctor, and then that's all done before the Amapau can be used to move around and get into the room. That's what it is. But you know, yeah, it does neutralize.
I think we'll find out if we continue down this path.
Of course.
Huh? That was the wrong answer!
No, it wasn't really.
Come on, Master!
Here's the next thing.
Huh? We're...
Not where we were before.
We've been here before.
Yeah.
It looks like we've been brought back.
But the door we opened earlier is closed again. Why's that?
Yeah, I wonder why.
This is an answer for that. Who was called before the crime? We already did this.
Huh? Even the question is the same. Does that mean we gotta do it all over again?
Well, the logic is still sound. There's no other hiding spot for the culprit besides the airlock.
So you want to choose the same answer and keep going?
If you do, you'll just repeat the whole process again.
No, because I know
We'll
that.
just be brought back here if we can't figure out how did the culprit use Amapau. And I refuse to walk any more than I have to.
What defines
Don't
half?
sit down!
No, let him fucking.
What should I do?
Stand up! Stand up right now!
Stop it. Leave me alone.
If you want me to leave you alone, then help my useless master out!
Fine. Just one thing then. We're back at where was the culprit before the crime? Because you're stuck at how did the culprit use Amapau? With that in mind, these two questions.
On top of Amapau? Behind Amapau?
Are connected.
Connected? Both the culprit's location and how Amapau was used?
Help him out more! More!
The culprit was hiding in the airlock, where you also left the robot, right? At that moment, only the culprit and Amapau were there. So maybe the culprit did something.
If I...
The culprit did something to Amapau?
Clues are always there, right under your nose. It's a detective's job to notice them. Did you notice anything strange back then? Any tiny detail? Try to remember.
Something strange. Hey! Now that you mention it, back then...
Oh hey, the screen lit up. So this is what Amapau sees. It's like the cockpit of a mecha.
Whoa, what was that?
Did it break already? I thought it was state of the art.
No, it's alright. It's stabilized. There was a moment
I
when the
remember
camera
seeing
stopped
that.
functioning while it was
Right.
controlling Amapau.
I didn't pay attention.
It returned to normal pretty
Because they rode on top of it.
quick, but maybe...
See? I told you it was right under your nose. You don't need any additional help from me, right?
That was a clue to help solve this mystery?
Actually, everything in this world is a key to solving mysteries. You just haven't noticed them. Perhaps there is more you're overlooking. Was there anything else unusual?
Something unusual. Something I missed.
Anything else? It's not like Amapau's camera
He
showed the
turned around and
culprit.
saw the door closed.
Wait, that's it!
Huh?
Now that I think about it, wasn't that strange? The culprit must have gotten ahead of Amapau, but why didn't they ever show up on the camera?
They were behind him. I said this.
If the culprit went past Amapau to enter the doctor's lab,
Except for the
they would
last
have been
part where
spotted
it's
for
pressing
sure.
the door open.
Now that you mention it,
I know this already. I
But
said this.
nobody showed up on camera. How did the culprit manage to pull that off? How can you move from the airlock to the doctor's lab without appearing even once
The
on
fucking
Amapau's
door!
hey, aren't you just adding another mystery?
No, I said this.
No. All the pieces are here.
I already said this. This is why I said neither.
Huh?
Yuma, the mysteries you face now can be solved with a single answer.
I don't know if it can be solved with a
camera? A
single.
single answer?
But they use Amapau to get to the other side.
I talk too much.
Oh, one mystery after another! What do you do now? It's a Pandora's box of mysteries!
Leanne stole
Let's
them as
stay
they were
calm and think about
behind
it.
Amapau
There's plenty of time.
and waited for Amapau to open the door.
Or not. I'll keep reading while you wrap things up.
Remember what he said, Master. All it takes is one answer to solve these mysteries. Use those weak brain cells of yours and think!
Culprit's location. Amapau's usage. Its malfunction. Why didn't the culprit appear on camera? All this can be solved with just one answer?
What the fuck?
I got it! The culprit rode on Amapel's head, using it as a method of transportation.
But then what about the lock?
The door opened!
No. The second part, the second room with the toxic gas. It only deactivates once the robot is pressing the button. They're not riding through the robot on top because they're going to get killed by the second one. That is bullshit. They stay behind in the first room. They let the robot go ahead so that the robot presses the button. Then they rush through because then the second room is deactivated from any of the toxic gas. Then they get killed with the door opening taking them out. But the idea that they're on top is bullshit because the second room will kill them. And they don't deactivate. Amapal doesn't deactivate it as it goes through the second room. Amapal deactivates it after it reaches the final room and hits the switch. And that's rubbish.
With every open door, it will be harder for you to turn back. Are you sure you want to keep going?
Absolutely. I will find the truth no matter what. This is for the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Hey, you said the culprit rode on top of Amapal.
Maybe this room.
What did you mean by that?
Literally what I said. The culprit rode Amapel and used it to get through.
This room.
After we left Amapel in the airlock,
That's rubbish.
the culprit came out of the decontamination device. Then they jumped on Amapel's head. The disruption in the footage was from the impact.
That's insane.
Is it? I think it's fairly reasonable.
No.
Amapal
I
can
know.
withstand up to 100 kilograms
Yeah,
of
they
weight.
can stand on. That's fantastic. I love
someone
that. That's
riding
bold,
on
but
it shouldn't affect its
so
functionality.
the culprit is less than 100 kilograms.
The shoe print on Amapel's head wasn't caused by someone kicking it. It was
Man.
left there from the culprit hopping on and off.
After that, the culprit simply rode on it as it moved
That's interesting.
toward the
Now, how does
doctor's
it get
lab.
tilted on its side?
By
Why did it
doing
get
so,
tilted on its side
the
then?
culprit was able to evade the camera
What
and
tilted it on
remain
its side?
hidden as they made their way through the lab.
This is garbage. I'm sorry. There's no surprise that I don't like this fucking trial. This is garbage. For starters, what if the kick if it wasn't kicked and it was just landed, then why at the end did the robot turn on its side with force? What did that? That's not explained now. If you're going to say it only was from the landing, it's on top of it. The landing didn't fucking push it off, and that's what caused the mark. So then what the hell knocked it on its side? Because it was knocked on its side as we went into the room. What happened there? That's rubbish. Secondly, you can't get past the second room if you're riding on top of it. It's once the button is switched, which is exactly the same reason why we couldn't go through until the button was switched, that deactivates the 3 rooms, that allows you to go through. They had to wait in the first room, not ride its head, the button would be switched to deactivate the second room's destruction. The third room is fine for Buki, and I actually didn't even make a mistake the first time out, whatever. But the second room, no. That means you don't just ride on its fucking head, you die from the fucking bacteria.
You're right. If it's true, then it does solve all of the previous mysteries. Imagining the culprit riding on a robot makes me laugh.
How you know?
But Yuma, have you...
I've realized plenty of things. Which thing are you talking about? Which part of this garbage fucking trial mystery labyrinth do you want me to realize? The part that doesn't make any fucking sense because you can't survive in the second room, or the part that doesn't make any fucking sense because now we have no reason for why the robot was locked? Which one?
Not realized it? You're still missing something. One major
I'd say
mystery
two at least.
remains.
What's with that huge sigh?
The greatest mystery of this case should appear
Mystery
soon.
of Carnivore Ward.
Just the thought of it gets me feeling down.
This case's greatest mystery?
Well, obviously, every case has its mystery is who's the culprit.
This is the panel chamber.
That means the doctor's lab is just beyond it. If we can get through here, we'll reach the goal, yeah?
That's easy, but
Is this the greatest mystery you mentioned?
my answer is not the answer they want. Because the second room. But the answer is as it's fucking opening the door.
Not exactly what I was envisioning.
Well,
Who's the
this
culprit?
is the mystery
Probably
to be
who you were
solved.
envisioning.
So let's clear it out.
Beats me.
When the door was being opened, of course. There's nothing hard about this. While opening
The culprit murdered the doctor before Amapel entered the room. Which means the culprit had to have gotten ahead of Amapel at some point. It was when the door first opened. At that moment, the culprit snuck into the doctor's room.
Could be earlier than
Yeah, when the doors were slowly opening, just like this. That's when the culprit took their chance.
that. But it would be a lot earlier than that time. A lot earlier. It would be just as the door was first starting to move and not later than that. And then they just slip in. What the fuck?
Right. The moment there was enough
What the
space for a
fuck?
person to slip through.
No, that makes no sense. Why are you
hopped off
jumping
and
on
went
top? That's
inside.
ridiculous. You just go. Shit, try man. There's no surprise that I like the previous two more than this one even going in because this one is garbage.
Like this?
What is that rubbish? Why are you jumping on top of the door? You just go a little earlier before, you know, just as the door starts to move, and then you go to the other side, and then you slip in. Like you're trying to slip in into your car when you're in a jammed car park. You know, that kind of, like, slip in, and then you're in the door, and then you deal with it, and then you get out. Or at least don't get hit, you don't get caught by the stupid Amapal. Knowing the Amapal's coming in, you wait behind after you kill the doctor to be behind the Amapal and then knock it over. So, like I say, then what knocked it over, right? And why isn't there a mark from that? This trial's fucking shit. This trial's actually shit. Because of the reasons I've explained. This is the worst one. The other ones, even the ones I didn't like, I just didn't like because I didn't really get it. But like, now that they've shown it to me, okay. This one,
We still
No,
haven't
they-
reached the
they
goal.
just-
I thought we could get
they
into
don't
the
even know
dog's
how
lab
this shit
now.
works. it doesn't add up.
Is this a joke to you? Your deduction is full of holes. If this is a joke, it's not very funny.
Master, you know what to do.
Of course.
I'll take your garbage deduction and toss it in the trash. I am the Saint of Kanai Ward, protecting it from filth like you!
Biggest vortex, guys.
The culprit
How studies the many features.
hopped off Alapal as the door opened,
Oh, fuck
then
off.
slipped through the gap in the door.
I pressed R, you piece
That's
of shit.
impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do
Are you
something
serious,
so
game? You're being trash to me. What is this rubbish?
The crime would have been exposed.
Fuck you.
The culprit must be really lucky. What? Did they use some sort of special power?
Right.
Although this camera had been running, we'd been seeing the culprit.
No, it wouldn't be.
Obviously that didn't happen, but what would they really use such a risky man to break in?
No.
For now.
The summon team off team master, let's check the solution keys out.
The culprit hopped off Alapal as the door opened.
What is with the fucking...
Gap in the
Is it...
door.
This shit...
That's impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist. Think about it.
The...
If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky.
The lines that it tells me how far it is are lies.
The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What? Did they use some sort of special power?
Oh my god, you don't even... Why doesn't he take so long to fucking, use his sword?
No.
And literally in the middle of his action, because he can't fucking
The
swing
culprit
his sword
hopped
fast
off
enough.
Alapal as the door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist. Think about it.
Think about it.
If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it.
You move to the right, you piece of shit garbage?
No one would do something so risky.
Why do you not do that?
The crime
That's too
would
late,
be
and then that's too early. It's
exposed.
so garbage.
The culprit must be really lucky. What? Did they use some sort of special power?
Spectral projection guns wouldn't show up in camera, but also wouldn't have been able to kill the doctor. That solution key seems more important. What was Alapal doing that time again?
Speaking of which,
Yeah, that's when you get to go through, not before. Right, that means Alapal's camera would have been running. I'm aware.
The culprit hopped off Alapal as the door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist.
That's how.
Think about it. If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit,
I pressed
the
right, you
camera would have
fuck.
caught it. No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky.
that's right.
The
What is this rubbish?
culprit hopped off Malapal as the door opened.
Oh my god, you are never good at showing me when that is.
That's impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Malapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What, did they use some sort of special power?
Right.
No.
For now.
The culprit hopped off Malapal as the door opened,
Oh my god, I hate
then
that.
slipped through the gap
It's
in
never
the door.
possible to know when I'm supposed to do that.
That's impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Malapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky.
Oh my god, it's either too early or too late with this rubbish.
Exposed.
How did that hit me? I was already jumping, what the fuck? Come on,
What,
game.
did they use some sort of special power?
Either too early or I'm already jumping and it hits me. Like, what the fuck?
No.
For now.
Because this was designed, it's a really cool idea. Designed, you know, implemented fucking horribly.
Then slipped through the gap in the door? That's impossible even for Fink the Slaughter Artist. Think about it. If Malapal's line of sight changed just a bit,
Slash through this
So much garbage. I can only tolerate so much fucking garbage.
Malapal is designed so that when its hand is stretched out, it won't execute any other inputs. That's why when it was pressing the button for the door, the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
No, it's the massive fucking door is why.
you little maggots, don't get so full of yourselves. You're not getting out of here alive.
I mean, yes, sure, the camera doesn't function, but even if it did, there's a massive fucking door in the way.
I get it. So Amapal couldn't move while the door was
Fucking
opening.
ridiculous. This is the worst
That's when
problem.
the culprit took their chance.
So dumb.
Since the door opens outward,
Yeah,
it's possible
it
to take
blocks
advantage
the
of blind
view.
spot it creates.
Yeah, the blind spot. So you don't need to care about the fucking camera then, do you? So then what's this? Oh, it's because it's doing its retractable arm thing. That's not relevant. It's the door that's a fucking relevant.
Whoever planned this must have really wanted the doctor dead. I guess you can call it an obsession. How scary. Just like this passageway.
No, especially
Where
in
will
this
it
game.
take us?
Shit name.
Perhaps a suite with the culprit's obsession in full display.
What am I doing here? 12.
The room of nightmares.
Knock it off with the weird soliloquies. Let's go.
You're really
It
going?
can't be that fucking trash. Huh? And answers that don't even add up. Don't read my goddamn inputs. It's either too early or too late. The fucking marker for when the damn word is in terms of how close it is to me isn't even
When the
accurate.
culprit entered the doctor's room while the door was open,
Huh? Yeah?
at the time, the doctor was in the room, right? If the door opened and an intruder entered, how could the doctor not have noticed?
So what if he did notice? It's not a big deal.
Yes, it is. If he had noticed an intruder, the doctor would have turned to face him,
How do you sound, man?
which means he wouldn't have been stabbed.
Or he gets outpowered,
back.
overpowered.
That piece of trash is right. Your logic is flawed.
Hey, what are you, on the Phantom side now?
You don't know whatever side can find logic.
Listen to my incredible words of wisdom. Your crappy deduction is worth less than shit! Everything you do is a fucking mistake!
Go again, this one. You need to read my inputs. You're gonna throw fucking random words in random directions at my goddamn face.
Damn it!
Like that should
Your
have been.
deduction is inconsistent! It's full of inconsistencies! By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind. That's all impossible!
It would be from behind.
Master!
Yeah.
Damn it!
Why is that not
Your deduction
later?
is inconsistent!
Fall asleep.
It's full of inconsistencies! By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind.
That claim doesn't hold up! No, the culprit did stab the doctor in the back. That's how the body was discovered.
That's
Saying
why
by
I'm
your
saying
logic.
your deduction is inconsistent.
Yes.
By your logic, the doctor
By
couldn't
your
have been
logic.
murdered in that way!
And that's what they wanted me to refute. This is really fucking.
The culprit quickly entered the lab,
Oh, I'm pressed
but the
down.
doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back.
Can't hear shit. You can't hear shit. He has to use mouth crap. I know. Fuck off. I just want to see.
Say,
Yes.
The
Fuck, this is going.
culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed
Can I
an
get
intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit.
Oh my god, that's
His
too
chest
early.
would have
Fuck
been
you.
stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep.
Oh
Is
my
there any
god,
trace
this
of
game is
being
ass! Ah! I know, fuck off.
The culprit quickly entered the lab. But the
That's
doctor
not
was in the room at the time,
good
right?
timing. I need to be later, which is garbage.
There's no way you missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard
That's
and
not
turned to
late
face
enough.
the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back.
Say,
What the fuck?
Right.
The culprit quickly entered.
Is it running is noisy?
The
Are
lab.
you
But
serious?
the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed an intruder.
That's not late enough.
Running is noisy.
Fucking trash. Those notes show that he can't fucking hear shit.
Joe needed to kill dogs so quickly and save them to running. If they were, that's what says them loud, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Those hard of hearing. The one who's just says amazing.
The culprit quickly entered the lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed an intruder.
That still doesn't.
Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep.
Oh
Is
my
there
god,
any
that's so
trace of
bullshit.
any
You never show me how
drug?
far it is.
Even if he didn't look back from his desk.
The fuck? That's
He
red.
would
Why
have
is that
heard
there?
someone coming.
The truth.
It fucking sucks at times. This shit.
Wait, the doctor had trouble hearing. That's why he didn't notice the intruder.
Now you're spouting nonsense. Say whatever you want, it won't save you. There's a gaping hole.
There's so much wrong with it. It doesn't read my fucking inputs half the fucking time.
Fill it
The
at this
bloody
rate.
measure on like, oh, this is how close it is rubbish. It's either too early or too fucking late. It's just absolute trash.
Because you, more than anyone else, you're the one refusing to see the truth right before your eyes.
What? I refuse to see the truth? Vivius said the same thing, but...
It's strange, don't you think? Isn't it about time you noticed that something's off here?
Huh?
You've solved many mysteries up to now, yet none of them are directly connected to the culprit's identity.
that's because the culprit is the hitman.
If that's the case, why haven't you reaped the hitman's soul? And that would end the labyrinth.
It's not that easy. The culprit will fight back, unless we solve all the mysteries first. Hang on. What are you getting at?
What do you think he's gonna get? We don't know who it is.
In my eyes, the reason a single mystery hasn't been directly connected to the culprit is because of Yuma's reluctance. It's pushing away the mysteries that lead to the culprit.
Huh?
Culprit's boss.
Subconsciously, you're closing your eyes to the truth. That's why you haven't touched on the hole in your reasoning.
What hole?
Whatever, that's enough. Just ignore this guy and keep going.
Hey!
Yuma. Yuma.
Hey, man.
Jeez, go away!
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? The huge hole in this investigation?
What are you...
Just ignore him.
Let's
Dakota did
review
it?
your deduction, shall we? The culprit took advantage of Amapau's locked position and entered the lab. And before the robot entered the room, that person stabbed the doctor from behind. However, they bumped into Amapau while escaping, causing it to fall over. That was obviously a mistake, but since it wasn't captured on video, they were able to avoid detection. After that, the culprit went inside the decontamination device in the airlock to hide from you.
That's correct. So what's the hole in my deduction?
It's before all of that. It remains the case's greatest mystery.
Which is?
How did the culprit get past security?
What?
We already told you that. The culprit rode on top of Amapau as Master controlled it and was taken all the way to the doctor's lab.
But if someone was riding on it, how did they get past the high voltage shocks in the panel chamber?
That's because of Fubuki.
Oh,
That's because with the actual route, they rely that Fubuki just uses her ability to save themselves, save their life. Bullshit again.
This is the end for you! You have nowhere left to go!
oh, come on! Why now?
I won't let you maggots ruin the peace of Kanai Ward! As the king of Amaterasu Corporation and the guardian of Kanai Ward, I will stop you here and now!
Perhaps this too is an obsession. Why does he insist on covering up the truth? Tell me, what will you do, Yuma? Are you going to stay willfully blind?
This is your choice. Do you really want the truth or not?
No, I'll fight. Whether it's subconscious or not, I won't look away from the truth. I'll find the truth no matter what. This is for the Chief and everyone at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Good luck! You'll never find it. You'll scurry around this labyrinth forever, like blind mice. You'll rot away in it, looking for an answer that will never come! Keep playing with your shit deductions. You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was always alive. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shocks would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
Slash through this mystery!
human could get past the panel chamber by using Fubuki's forte.
This is what I was thinking earlier about when they asked me initially where was the culprit, and I chose the first room instead of the hidden chamber because I thought the culprit was Fubuki.
In fact, that's how we got past the panels.
That's why I should
The
have.
high voltage shocks kept destroying Amapel. But we reversed time every time that happened.
Correct. So whenever it was struck by the current, you went back in time. But while that was occurring, the culprit, a human, was riding on top of Amapel. That person was burnt to a crisp every time you failed.
And then brought back to me.
But
Which means you killed the culprit over and over again.
Vivia,
If only you had chosen to remain ignorant, I would have walked beside you in silence. But if you intend to seek the truth, then I must stand in your way.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
He's going to betray you, Master.
Betray me?
It's up to you, Yuma. This is your final chance to save the world you believe in. What are you going to do? It's time to decide your past and your future.
Why, Vivia?
I did say it. I'm going through that.
Let me ask you.
How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber? It's impossible to avoid the gas.
The culprit is clearly not impossible to avoid the gas.
Culprit would surely die. You should already know this, right? The gas is a special trait. The gas can see through even a gas mask. No ability can nullify its toxicity. Once it hits you, you're done for. You die before reaching Wesker. No one can get past the gas chamber.
Right.
It does seem like it'd be impossible to get around the gas.
but
Culprit definitely made it through the toxic gas chamber.
Is there actually a way to avoid the gas? What can it mean?
Waiting for the fucking stupid robot would have gone down this fucking road instead.
For now, let's check the info on the toxic gas. There may be something we're forgetting.
me ask. How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber? It's impossible to avoid the gas.
Say,
The gas mask has been kept in safe, and there's no way around the toxic gas chamber. I don't think there's rebutting that. Then you're rebutting that statement, but I'm curious what the public is toxic gas.
That's right.
Let me ask. How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber? It's impossible to avoid the gas. The culprit would surely die. You should already know this, right? The gas is a special
I
trait.
hate that one, but I don't know what it's doing.
The gas can see through even a gas mask. No ability can nullify its toxicity. Once it hits you, you're done for. You die before reaching Wesker. No one.
this is the truth.
If you pass through the toxic gas, you'll die. But you'll have 30 minutes before it kills you.
This is why I
Which
suggested
means you could survive for 30 minutes.
fucking boss,
What?
which is dying.
Don't tell me.
There are no gas masks here that can block this toxic gas.
Apparently
There are
no gas
forges that
mask
can
at all.
nullify it.
Stop changing your fucking story.
There's only one way you could
See
get
through
through
the skin,
it.
and there's no gas mask ever invented.
Do nothing. You endure it.
This is
in
not just
hopes of
about breathing.
Amapel taking you to the next room.
It's every part of your body.
Then the culprit didn't do anything to counteract it and just passed through the toxic gas?
It's the only explanation that makes sense. This is the truth.
It's not the only explanation, right? You're fucking idiot.
I can't believe it. But if the culprit really did just endure the toxic gas,
Then they...
the culprit.
You will get to banish their soul! Oh, damn it!
Appears you finally glimpsed the truth. Well, how does it feel to have your world shatter before
That's
your
not game,
eyes?
man. Okay. I
Isn't
would have
this
chat at all.
what you wanted?
I don't care.
What's he talking about?
What have you been talking about this whole fucking time?
This
That
mystery
doesn't mean
phantom
anything.
and Fifia are both right.
Oh god.
Subconsciously, I didn't want to know
Why?
the truth.
What? Who cares?
Up until now, the Mystery Labyrinth was withholding the mysteries that led to the culprit. And that's because it's a reflection of my own reluctance.
As fucking Vivia said, yes, good.
Master, what's wrong? Do you know who the culprit is? It's the
Boss.
hitman, right?
The truth is worthless.
Oh my god.
Nothing has less value in this isolated, rainy city. No one wants the truth. Not even you! Now, rot away and die right here! No one will get in my way. Colorwood, Amaterasu! They both belong to me!
Jesus. How long is this shit? Holy shit would be on the dog.
If the culprit carried out the crime like you deduced,
Would you? Would you? Oh, because I'm in the other
then
thing
they
now?
should be dead from the toxic gas. But no one at the scene has died from poison. If you can understand that much, then what are you still doing here?
You're right that no one in that lab died from that toxic gas. But that was part of the culprit's plan from the beginning. They planned to distort the facts of their death.
Yuma, are you sure you want to face
Yes.
the truth?
It's the fucking boss. I don't know why he did it, stupid idiot. Go ahead.
Your world will fall apart.
No, it won't.
The world that you believed in.
The boss did it. Great.
Your deduction is
I
wrong.
fucking care.
Don't disturb the peace. It's not even worth debating. Is this the best you can do to refute it? Just give up and die!
This, I'll expose the truth.
The
Maybe it's
culprit
because-
misrepresented their death by using the hitman. The culprit realized their plan would be exposed if someone in the lab died from toxic gas.
What? They did that. They made it. What?
So they used the hitman to cover up their own death.
And that's possible.
Use the hitman?
Yeah, the boss is gonna die. He's the problem. I don't know why he fucking did
The
it.
hitman wasn't hired to assassinate the doctor.
It wasn't a hitman at all.
They were hired to cover up the culprit's death by toxic gas.
Huh? The hitman's target was the culprit? Not the doctor?
Yes. Fucking boss.
The doctor was stabbed by the knife with the inscribed F. Doesn't that belong to the hitman?
Oh, if it's Lendon.
What you would need is a similar knife.
And tried the F.
The story of Fink the Slaughter Artist using a knife inscribed with the letter F is well known.
Nah, we leave it alone until we receive further orders.
Anyone can do it.
Did you see the knife stuck in his back?
This is why this sort of shit even flies at all to begin with. This is such an easy thing to replicate.
It's the one that Fink the Slaughter
You would think
Artist
if you want a
uses, right?
fucking signature,
I've
you'd
heard
want
about his
something that
knives
is not
inscribed
easy
with
to
the letter
replicate.
F.
So it was all a ruse? The real culprit made it look like the hitman did it?
Stop.
Hey buddy, I'm gonna get rid of you because I'm sick of your bullshit constantly at my face. The culprit is boss. Culprit is Yakufurio. Fuck off and die.
Stop, 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 stop! You useless
I did suggest
garbage!
I suggest a few, of course, of bouncing through it, especially in the fucking one like this. It's like hard to bloody even figure out half the shit. They haven't explained half the better things anyway. Like they want you to fucking die.
To hell with detectives and the truth! I won't let you have your way in my city! There is no real culprit! Dr. Wesker was killed by the hitman!
He was killed by Yakufurio, who got killed by the stupid gas, and is still alive until he dies from the gas, but the hitman stabbed him.
Huh? What's going on? Who's the real culprit?
Yakufurio.
The real culprit.
It's Yakufurio.
The real culprit is...
Yakufurio.
The time has finally come.
Yeah, well, I already know the answer. It's too late for that.
It's time for you to acknowledge what you've known all along. If the tiny crack spreads any further, the mirror will shatter, exposing the chaos of the real world.
Oh, shut up. Not that bad. Just fucking, it's Yakufuria, that's it.
Knowing this, will you still
Yes, shut up.
expose
I've
the
already
truth?
exposed it. It's Yakufuria.
Then, show me your conviction.
The clues pointing to the identity of the hitman's target. I know.
It's
I've
Yakufuria.
known all along.
Now, expose the truth. Do it. If you want to burn the world down.
I don't want to burn the world down, but exposing that Yakufuria killed someone who's gonna die doesn't fucking do that. The Yomi Muraki. What was the clue leading to the trick over? This shit.
The bloodstained photo found in the hallway near the lab. There was a person
That's Yakufuria.
pictured with a woman.
And that was falling out of his pocket when he got stabbed by the hitman.
That was the
Picture of
hitman's
Yakufuria.
target. The real culprit behind this case.
Yeah, it's Yakufuria, and that's why he talked about his girl at the beginning. He mentioned she's very attractive, by the way.
The blood
meant that.
obscured the person's face, but I know who it is.
Yeah, it's Yakufuria.
It could only be one person.
And they already talked about how they lost their love.
It could only be...
Yakufuria.
How do you know? That person in the photo is the hitman's target.
Because he's blooded by the fucking hit by the hitman to the cover-up.
And who is it?
Yakufuria. I don't have to say that.
It's
Yakufuria, boss. Yeah. Fuck off, Yakufuria. He's dead.
No!
Stop!
Yakufuria. Would you just say it already?
Don't you dare say another word! No one wants the truth!
What, you his brother or some shit? Yakufuria.
I don't understand.
Yes, I don't care. Can we get on?
Good
Why
luck,
just
Master.
go on forever?
Always by your side, haunting you.
Clearly! Forever! Because this won't fucking continue. Yakufuria. Oh, what? No. There we go. Yes. The fuck is that middle? That's that right one, rather. Yakufuria. You done? Get me out of this fucking place. I thought there was Yakufuria amongst a few others several times over, but like it's all bouncing back and forth because it's a mess.
Yoko.
Why he fucking did it, I don't know.
Huh? Why? Why is Fuzzhead here?
Because he's dead.
Chief Yako was the only person attacked by the hitman in the lab.
Because the hitman only hits who he's paid to hit. He's noble in that sense.
In other words, the chief was the hitman's target.
But Chief Yako tried to hide that photo by tossing it behind the houseplant.
Why didn't he have a little better? If this was his fucking entire plan, why didn't he do a little, you know, be a little more preemptive about that stupid photo and not be like caught red-handed? Oh shit, I gotta get rid of this. Or at least like eat the photo or something a little more intelligent than that.
And that's because the person in the photo is Chief Yako himself. It was given to the hitman so he'd know his target, and the chief tried to conceal it. Which means the blood covering the face on the photo was likely done on purpose.
Hold on, Master! Are you serious? You're really saying Fuzzhead is the culprit?
Yes, we said it like a million times already. Can we get on?
Really? I don't buy it. You think he actually put together this elaborate murder?
Holy fucking shit.
He's knocking on Death's door just for this?
No, he's not
don't
knocking.
wanna believe
He's
it either.
very much in.
But there's no other way.
Don't forget this stuff.
The fuck? Battle with Vivia. Why did Yaku send an info? Oh my god. Make it seem like the doctor wasn't dead. Anyhow. Let me do the curtains and the lights. I start my stream relatively late. A new vampire is going to throw questions at you back to back. Press correct buttons when you think you got the correct answer. You take damage if you avoid all assailing. Avoid all. This is just like, I can't hear you from like Seth Burrows and the whole like falling from the most recent the second time.
The Phantom vanished. The truth has been mostly exposed, and the labyrinth cannot function much longer. Anything I do now might not matter, but I'll do it anyway. Because it's something I must do.
Protect the chief.
While the chief takes his final breaths.
Vivia.
Oh,
Yuma. If Chief Yako is the culprit, then what about that death threat?
Would you ask how much pay for a sins of his life? My blade shall be.
Why would the chief send it? If he was the killer.
Cover it up and suggest it's
Answer me,
Hitman.
Yuma.
By sending that note, everyone would believe the doctor's life was in danger. Which was necessary for this sequence of events to take place. All the master detectives headed to the secret lab because of that note. Chief Yako brought them here to take advantage of their abilities and murder the doctor.
Huh? Their abilities?
But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too.
Keep up the ruse.
What was the point of that? Why put them on high alert?
What is the truth behind it all? Chief couldn't have been thinking about that.
But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too. What was
I
the
thought
point of
keeping
that?
up the ruse is another way of
Why
saying
put
keep
them on
up the
high
chaos.
alert?
So.
What is the truth behind it all?
Chief couldn't have been thinking about that.
I guess it is to use this guy's ability.
But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too. What was the point of that? Why put them on high alert? What is the truth behind it
So
all?
you could use all of the abilities and incriminate all of us?
The note was sent to the Peacekeepers because they were also part of the plan. When the Peacekeepers received the note, they dispatched a lot of their personnel to the scene. The master detectives were able to take advantage of the commotion to enter the facility.
There's the commotion. Huh.
They did it by disguising themselves as peacekeepers.
It would be convenient to have a lot of peacekeepers around if you want to get into the lab disguised as one.
This is why the Peacekeepers also received the death threat.
Hey, you still want to do this? It's not too late to give up.
What are you fucking talking about? We have to do this. Otherwise we stay in this fucking lab forever. Isn't that how that works?
I am well aware of the danger. I haven't gotten this much exercise in a long time. But this is something I must do. I can't leave the chief like this.
Well, the chief's gonna die regardless whether you lead it or not.
Vivia.
Let's continue, Yuma. So, everyone disguised themselves as peacekeepers and entered the lab. You were already at the lab, and that's where you met up with the chief, right?
Yes, but we decided to split up after the blackout occurred.
Wait! That blackout should have caused a
Wait.
commotion. If we leave now, the Peacekeepers will see us. I knew it. This place is crawling with
Commotion.
them.
What do we do?
I'll draw their attention to buy some time. In the meantime, you two hurry to that doctor.
Nah, you were just trying to buy some time to kill the fucking doctor.
The chief said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Man on both.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who caused it, was that also the chief?
No, that's not it!
What?
The chief said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who
You
caused
did.
it,
Is the third option gonna be
was that
you?
also the chief?
Are you a ghost? You gonna do video?
The chief was with me in the security room at the time of the blackout.
I
It's
don't remember when the
impossible
blackout
for him to have caused
Maybe
it.
it was there. I don't remember that much.
So the only person it could be is the hitman. It must have been part of the job. He instructed the hitman to cause a blackout at a specific time.
But why?
to pretend that that's what allowed the criminal in, as opposed to trying to make us forget that there's a separate system.
It made us think the doctor was in danger, so we'd go check on him. We used Amapal and Fortes to get through the tight security system.
And that's what allowed him to get.
Chief Yako had it all planned out from the start.
So he's a cunt. Like, why are we protecting this guy?
He used us to break through the security so he could kill the doctor.
Good riddance. Fuck. So what? Like, let's get rid of him. Good.
So, Master using Amapal and the Sheltered Skank's time rewinding ability at the panel chamber?
Shut up.
That was all part of Fuzzhead's plan?
The only way to get past security was to use both Amapal and that Forte.
Ooh, bitch. Can't think of the best one. I don't want like ghost. Girly.
The chief knew we'd figure that out.
I like Fubuki. She's not waifu. Komi Wendy is waifu.
I think it's more like
he believed in you.
He trusted us.
Yeah.
He trusted that we would arrive at that conclusion.
Or another conclusion of equivalent measure.
I'm counting on you both. See you later.
Trust? How could this be a trust thing? He was clearly taking advantage of you all.
Yes, often you have to trust in order to be able to take advantage. It's all about predictions. And the whole idea of, like, you know, when I was talking about the prediction of Shachi's movements to the roof, and the idea of fucking Bacardi killing him, and then also more so how I believe Kurane could have done it all herself if she trusted how the system works and that they are always on their job and they would do things in a certain way every time. You abuse that regularity by, you know, switching the poison involved, so you don't necessarily yourself have to necessarily do kind of thing. Trust is very much a part of taking people advantage. You are trusting their behaviors are going to be predictable.
He gathered the master detectives using a fake death threat, then used their Fortes to commit murder. What a scumbag! He used you all to get away with murder!
He didn't get away. He's going to be dead regardless.
Out of all the criminals I've ever met, he's the worst coward of them all!
No, not true. That goes for Bacardi.
Master, grab that coward and...
Enough!
Calm down, kid. Fucking do your job.
Why did it have to come to this?
Because he decided to be stupid and shit. Deal with him.
Chief Yako saved me.
You really think you weren't gonna get out of that position if he didn't say a few fucking words?
He took me in. I had lost everything. Sure, he may have
Some
been a
fucking
little
story
pushy
that I
at
don't
times,
really care too much about.
But still,
This is really
I
annoying.
really admired him.
Good for you. Now you don't need to do that anymore.
So, why? Why did you do it?
I don't know, but I don't care. Shut up.
Is this about the woman in the picture? Chief, please tell
He
me.
wants to be with her and
Or
you're
I.
There's no point in asking. That's just a mystery phantom. It's not the real Fuzzhead. Master, watch out!
I'm gonna do a fucking motion. Okay. Hi. Thanks. You had a really nice wife. Very cute.
The phantoms are a reflection of the same people in the real world, right? Which means he should hold the same thoughts. The photo behind the houseplant. I don't know what the chief was hiding.
Could have done a lot better than fucking wait till that moment to get rid of that photo, don't you think?
But that photo must have been
Maybe he
dropped
wanted us
by
to
the
find
hitman
it,
after
right?
he was done with
He
it.
knew that we would be lost in the labyrinth, and he wanted to make sure that we could figure it out. Well, guess why not make that easier, not harder? I guess because it has to be only us.
The
Some
chief picked it up
convenient bullshit
and
like
used
that.
his own blood to obscure the face. He knew the truth would be exposed if that photo was found. So, he hid it behind the potted plant.
No, I think it's more this stupid bullshit whereby he wanted us to figure this out so that we could escape the labyrinth, because he might think that we would be in trouble if we didn't, though we may not know the details. He also didn't want anybody else to be able to find it, and it needed to be something that was like on our level. Like, we are detectives, everybody else is trying to work out the thing, we can do a little bit better than them, and he needed to place it around about here so that he had the stupidity of keeping it on him and not just disposing it before any of this began. But I'm gonna cover it, I'm gonna put it in a potted plant, and maybe that will align it somewhere in between them not finding it but you do, and then you figure it out. This is some stupid, it's very contrived, of course, but I think that's what we're talking about.
He left his blood on it, almost like he wrote a dying message.
What, 11037?
But in truth, it was actually a secret he wanted to keep hidden.
Get over it, for fuck's sake! I've had enough of the last 20 minutes you've been nothing like this! Jesus
To exit the
Christ.
mystery labyrinth, you will have to eliminate the culprit.
Okay, let's do that. Get on with it.
Eliminate?
Eliminate! He's my greatest love since 5 minutes ago! Oh! Get over it! For fuck's sake!
Really
Yes,
going
I'm really
to
going to do this. That's what you do as detectives, and he was knowing I'm going to do this as well. Get on with
After
it!
all the mysteries are solved, the chief back in the real world will die.
Uh-huh, that's true.
But you saw yourself, Yuma. The chief is already knocking on death's door.
And maybe he can do a Kaido, eh? That'd be great.
Will you still bury him in the name of truth?
Yes. Yes, I will, because that's more important than his fucking life, especially if he wants to do something this stupid. Yes.
The chief took me in when
He
I
chose to
had
do
no
this.
memories.
It was his decision to
Or
do all this
anyone
fucking
to turn
convoluted
to.
affair.
I trusted him.
I know, and now you're going
of
to have
my
to
heart.
stop trusting him. It happens sometimes. Isn't that amazing?
Now, I have to
Oh my
end
god!
life.
Yes! Get on with it!
I liked it, surprisingly. The little bit of peace and quiet I found at the
You still
Nocturnal
have the Nocturnal
Detective
Detective Agency.
Agency.
Just because a chief fucking dies doesn't mean any organization ends that is idiotic. No history has fucking a bloody organization ended just because a chief fucking died. We're still a team. We don't just go our separate ways now because the chief left. That's fucking stupid. No. You were a compliment.
I had a hunch.
Well, we'll leave it at that. No need to
because of my spectral projection.
Even though I'm not a big fan.
I knew the chief had been planning something for quite some time.
That's it.
But
something stupid.
I pretended not to see.
Is that what that little exchange was when you like brandished your fucking blade? And then went, no, I'm too tired, I'll go back.
I admired him.
I'm sure
and the world he had made.
Yeah, he's great. Now he's dead. Move on.
That's why you threatened me, and were so uncooperative in the investigation.
Yeah, now it makes sense. I wish you had killed me because the chief.
I knew you would reach the truth eventually, Yuma.
And of course, it makes sense that
best
the
to
chief's
keep you
voice of
away.
all things that told him to stop that he actually listened to. That's a pretty cool twist in it. That it's specifically the chief that told him that made the difference.
Exposing the truth won't save anyone.
But the truth saves everyone. Absolutely.
Neither the chief nor you.
Yeah, absolutely saves him. He literally has to get out of the fucking labyrinth. If he doesn't do that, he doesn't get out of the labyrinth, and then he will be succumbed to it. So no, it absolutely saves him. You don't know how the labyrinth works. I'll give you that.
Master, you've already come this far. You've got to finish this.
You'll be trapped in it
What
forever for
happens
no
to the
good
other master
fucking
detectives
reason.
if you die here? Didn't you say you wanted to expose the truth and save everyone?
Yeah, and you still can. The fucking boss chose his way out, and everybody else can be safe. And I don't know I can do that!
You told me that the time
This is
would come
ridiculous.
when I'd have to prove my conviction.
So do it.
The conviction to accept the truth.
Oh my god, this goes on
No
for like
matter how
literally a
cruel it
fucking
may be.
hour.
Now is that time, isn't it?
It's been that time for the last 50 fucking minutes, yeah.
Yes. And yet you intend to continue.
Of course, that's what he taught us as a leader.
If you're prepared for it.
Right,
Hey, you better not get in Master's way again.
he probably isn't. He already beat the fucking big bastard.
Yuma,
And he already
do
lost
you
his mind.
remember when the chief's soul called out to us?
Yeah, that's what stopped you from doing something even more stupid.
Huh?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind.
I still don't understand why this idiot did this, by the way.
But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie?
There's
is
no
harsh
reason
too.
why he did this. At all.
In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it?
Facing that pain, eh? He
When
taught
you're
us
lost,
well, right?
believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you
This
can
was what
stand
your heart
firm.
wanted? To kill Dr. Huesca that badly?
I
What the
always averted my eyes from the truth. For my own sake. My own peace and quiet.
No, you didn't. You didn't avert your eyes to the fucking truth at all. Because otherwise you wouldn't have known so much about the goddamn boss. Sure, you could have focused a little more and found out more about the plan, but the fact that you even noticed that he was planning this sort of shit for a long time and had all these questions for me proves that you haven't been averting your eyes. Blah, blah, blah. That's rubbish.
But I could never say with confidence that I was proud of myself.
Good, well done.
In the end, I was just running away from everything.
Oh, but I could never say with confidence. Oh, okay. I thought he said I could say. I don't know why I misread that.
That's why I entrust this to you, Yuma.
Yuma. I entrust this to Yuma.
And trust what?
My thought. I don't know.
You signed a pact with the Death God in your desire for the truth. I want to see your conviction.
I want to get horny over you.
As long as you don't stray from exposing all truth, I believe you'll be able to face it, cruel as it may be. I want to see it through to the end. It's why I followed
Well, I mean,
you
you're
here.
not dying. Fucking chief over there.
In that sense, we're accomplices.
No problem, buddy.
If you must bring down the chief, then I will lend a hand.
Please do.
I won't avert my eyes any longer. I, too, want to live with my head held high.
This is probably the best change you've yet made. Yeah. Maybe we can start a new leaf. Have plenty on your head.
Because I, too, am a detective.
Good.
Vivia.
Oh my god, it's so amazing. Get
When you're
on with
lost,
it.
believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand
This is
proud.
incredibly, like, generic and pretentious and long-winded. And just a whole bunch of things that
understand,
really don't need
Chief
to be.
Yako. Thank you for
good.
everything you've done for me.
Yeah, well. What? Really? No staircase? No, Very different. Deduction denouement. But that's usually after the animation with the big Shinigami, giant Shinigami and all that. No giant Shinigami? How strange. No giant Shinigami this time. Very weird. Where is Secret Lab located? In my ass. In the knife. FBET sensor detected range to see also. The intro. And also ammo. I was using the wrong. So like, you know the shit I already said that doesn't make any sense? Oh no, I guess he just allowed himself to die. Which is really stupid. Why? He could easily have done things differently and say. Why did he let himself die that way? He could have easily went, and when the robot starts pressing the button, the things deactivate, the room is safe. Run through during that entire long ass time when you have the arm extended and the door ever so slowly is sliding out. You go through, you're fine, deactivated, and kill, and then go. But why even is he killing Dr. West? What the fuck? So much cheaper. There was something else that didn't make any sense. Like the landing, then what happened with the kicking? Why was it knocked over? You know? Whatever. This is terrible. Whose power is used in the power room? This possibly is the worst chapter. Almost certainly. Which is funny because I actually really liked the previous two chapters, even though I hated Picard. And I don't really have much feelings towards the boss. It's got nothing to do with that. Like, oh, I don't like this chapter, the boss is bad. I don't care. You know, it's just doesn't fucking add up. It's stupid. Why did the boss get himself killed? There's really no reason for that. You just do it the other way. It's much more simple. Why is he jumping on top of the fucking thing to get over the door like that instead of just walking around right when the robot is there? Just jump off, go over as the robot begins to extend its arm, you know, because as soon as it starts extending its arm, you can go. The camera's off. Go over to the other side, wait for the door, and just walk in. Whose power was using the power room? You don't know. Still don't understand why he fucking killed him. A friend sent to the detective agency and also. Well, this shit is over.
Step right up, step right up!
Here we go!
Peacekeepers, a CEO, a research doctor, a hitman,
And a
master
far.
detectives! Two dead bodies, but lots of shady characters! Truth bombs are about to be dropped! Time for induction denouement!
The victim in this case is one Dr. Wesker. This incident features a sinister and meticulously detailed plot centered on the doctor.
The old geezer was holed up inside a lab at Amaterasu HQ.
Weird crab-like
He
fingers.
was a total hermit in the critical lab.
Plays too much
with a totally
Street Fighter 6 in
overkill
this
security
game.
system.
He's got these like cool things.
The culprit made thorough preparations beforehand to break through that system.
Boom killing a shut-in is hard work. The humane thing to do is to reintroduce him to society first.
Oh, to get him hopes up before you kill him.
Yeah, with that out of the way, posing as a hitman, the culprit sent a death threat to the Peacekeepers, the detective agency, and the research lab. At the same time, they contracted a real hitman and had him infiltrate the research facility.
They spilled the beans about Gramps being in danger to lure both the peacekeepers and the detectives to the lab.
You see, the master detective's presence at the scene was an indispensable part of the plan. It was how the culprit gained access to the research facility, after all. The hitman infiltrated the lab exactly as planned. And we arrived with Mikoto at the same time.
Stuff went down, blah blah blah, and Master got locked up in a
Yeah, then we never saw Makoto again, which is really fucking weird.
I was rescued by
Where did
Desakiro
he
and the
go?
culprit, who were disguised as
That's why I thought maybe he
peacekeepers.
was dead, because you never saw him again.
The real peacekeepers rushing around, the culprit took advantage of the turmoil to sneak into the lab.
The blackout itself was caused by the hitman, right? And getting separated was all part of the culprit's plan.
Right. They used the blackout as an opportunity to hide in We headed to the critical lab to check on the doctor's condition, just like the culprit directed us. But since that lab used a separate power supply, nothing strange had happened.
This whole the doctor's in danger spiel was an act, huh? He made a fool of you, Master. What a dick!
Then, someone attacked the doctor while we were trying to talk with him over the intercom. We had to get into the doctor's lab.
But that time, the old geezer was playing games with us. He even tried to kill you and the others with a trap. The bastard wanted to use your dead bodies. He really got you there, Master.
I don't see why you're so happy about it.
She shouldn't have gone with me. She just gets happy about
The
it.
doctor's sham made the case even more confusing. Even if we tried to get to the doctor, the critical lab was guarded by tight security. The only way through was by using an Omapal. The culprit rode on it by emerging from their hiding place in the airlock vent and jumping onto the robot's head.
All aboard the Omapal Express. First stop, a shower of toxic gas.
Yeah, congratulations.
Humans can't protect themselves against the gas, but since it's not instantly fatal, it wasn't a problem.
I mean, it's still a problem.
Next up, the panel chamber had high voltage shocks. He was instant death.
I first tried that.
We could want.
Even though I was saving the boss from trouble.
The critical lab was finally reached.
They anticipated we would get through this way. They also knew they would die over and over as a result. The camera feed was affected when the culprit jumped on. I should have realized what was happening.
No use crying over spilled blood. On to the next thing. Where were we? Oh yeah! To open the door to the doctor's lab, Omapal had to reach out its arm and hit a switch. And then the door opened wide enough
Why
for
are you
us to
doing
squeeze through.
that?
The killer
It's really
snuck
stupid.
inside.
You just go earlier. As soon as the arm retracts, we know
can't
that
follow
the
any new
fucking
commands while its arm
thing
is
doesn't work. So
extended.
you can immediately
So the
go to
culprit
the other
didn't
side
show
at that
up on
point.
the camera.
While there's still enough space to walk past.
Then the culprit boom killed the old geezer using the same knife as the hitman. Grips was pretty much deaf, so a backstab was easy peasy.
Then, the murderer
Even
tried
before
to
this
leave
guy's
the room
the new
before
Zilch.
Omapal entered.
He looks a little bit like Zilch.
They knocked the robot over on the way out.
Then went back into the airlock chamber to wait for you and the others to go by.
We entered the critical lab and found the doctor's body. The culprit used that time to get out of the vent and head for the hallway.
That was when they were found by the hitman. And stabbed.
They'd already been in contact with the toxic gas, so death was inevitable. However, dying by gas would expose them as the doctor's killer. So they hired the hitman to kill them, thereby concealing any involvement.
Must have had a lot of money stored up
I
somehow.
guess that means the killer completely trusted in the master detective's capabilities. They knew those powers would get them close to the doctor. But why were they willing to die to hide the crime?
I can't say for certain. Was it his pride as a detective? Did he simply not want his friends to know? Whatever it may be, I'm prepared to face the truth. The culprit who murdered Dr. Weska, and even included his own death in the plot. Jaco Furio! It was you!
Bye-bye.
knows the truth. But why? Chief Yako,
Buttocks.
why?
Buttocks.
Why didn't you ever talk to us about this?
Yeah, because that would help the plan.
Why did it have to end this way? Why didn't you tell us?
Why do you keep asking stupid questions you don't
Is
answer?
this really what you wanted?
Nah, he faked this.
Can you even hear me?
It doesn't matter who it is. Exterminating the real culprit's soul and destroying the mystery labyrinth. That's why I'm here.
What if the killer is your master? Is that what you're here?
Searching bloodlust.
Yeah, it's the same stupid cutscene 1 million times. Oh!
The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case. Death to all deplorables. To the final mystery labyrinth.
Calling the chief. Deplorable, eh? After all deplorables. Now I'm going to hug them for being deplorable.
Master's naivete must be rubbing off on me. I mean, not even I hated Fuzzhead. That's weird. This mystery labyrinth is falling apart slower than usual.
Say goodbye.
I wonder why.
Final word.
We shouldn't let our guards down yet. Do you really think we're done here?
Huh?
Do you have all of the fragments of truth that you sought? If so, we could just leave, right?
Mysteries remain. More mysteries. Why did he choose to kill himself? Why did he want to kill Dr. Wesker so badly? What was his motive?
No, we haven't uncovered everything yet.
There's so many reasons. So many things. The thing that we probably want to talk about.
There are still
What
some
the fuck
mysteries
is-
remaining.
Huh? What's remaining?
The motive.
I read the culprit's soul already. I know it's slow, but this place is starting to come down.
Maybe it's not directly related to this case.
Absolutely. Why did he kill Wesker?
I don't want to leave any questions
What
unanswered.
was the fucking motive?
For Chief Yako's sake. Please, help me, Shinigami.
Well, I can't help deny with
I
that.
can't say no to you, Master.
Yeah,
You know I can't resist helping you when you rely on me.
no.
First, we need to reveal whatever mysteries are left. That should open up a new path. Lay it all out, Master.
Oh no. Lay it all out means fucking barrel time. Motive. Please just be the answer be motive. I also hate the like micro aspect to this, like getting the hits. Looks like motive to me.
Let out. Twirling, twirling, twirl. You can do it, Master. Tick tock, tick tock. Twirling, twirling, twirling. Only 30 seconds left, Master!
Email.
Nice! That's right! Set up! Set up! Nice!
That's not really a word, man. Electronic mail, it's 2 words. And there's not even a hash. And that's not what I was thinking about. What is the motive behind killing him? Oh, he was talking to him? That's the motive? Well, that's the roundabout way fucking to know what the motive is. Again. I did forget. Oh, that's bullshit. So that's the motive? He was talking to... The guy he was talking to was fucking Yaku Furio?
Oh, it's a secret dungeon! The labyrinth must be breaking down so slowly because the identity of the culprit isn't the only mystery. But it's still definitely coming down, so
Not just
you better hurry,
Huskers,
Master!
but that weird long ass fucking...
Yeah, got it.
email is Yaku Furio.
Yuma, I'll follow you to the end until you reach the truth.
You reach my...
Thank you.
Now we're getting music for the... You see, I did say it was strange, didn't I? I just didn't piece it together that that meant it was going to end here. You know, it's like, there's no big Shinigami. What the hell happened? Oh, because there's going to be one afterwards. Because there's no guarantee that that means that. It could mean just not doing it this time.
I'll be under it. Let's go, Master.
It's like, oh, it's always in these games. No, it's not. There are all sorts of inconsistencies. It's like, why is this one in the wrong order at all? There's no reason to think that, you know, they would have them all versus not, compared to thinking that this one would be a weird order at all. Why is this one a weird order? Anyway.
Do you regret this?
Black and white.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
Remember what the Chief's soul said? If you keep that in mind while knowing who the true culprit is, doesn't it seem like he wanted you to find the truth? Even though he was the culprit himself. Maybe there's a hidden truth behind this case, and the Chief wanted us to find it.
What's his motive? And what hidden truth
There could be
the
some
identity
anonymous
of this
person
fucker.
involved.
If Anonymous is part of this case, they must have a motive for killing Dr. Wesker as
And
well.
that Anonymous was...
The doctor knew about the secret dealings and was planning to flee from Kanai Ward by himself, after all. Could it be that Anonymous took advantage of Chief Yaku by instigating him to commit murder?
Why would that makes no sense?
Yes. It's unlikely the Chief just happened to kill Dr. Wesker right as he was planning to flee.
If that's true,
Well, he is.
Anonymous isn't just involved in the case.
Anonymous is Yaku.
They could be the mastermind, the Grey Eminence.
Gray's my 13th favorite color!
Is it?
Why are you telling me that now?
I mean, we are renting into the monochrome. But that's really a silly, weird thing to say. That means you don't even like
Already
it.
solved. All these crimes were committed by Yaku on his own. Now, get out of here.
This is fucking
What was that voice?
Patrick Seitz.
Someone's trying to stop us from solving this mystery. Now we know. The mastermind is somewhere within this labyrinth.
Get out.
Was it still the
Out. Get out.
Get
out.
Oh, they love this repeat garbage, don't they?
Out.
Stupid, 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 stupid.
Get out. Get out.
Impossible, 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 impossible. Get out, get out, get out, get out.
Creepy!
We can't let this stop us. There's one more truth still hidden here. We have to find it. We need to know why the chief committed this
Does it say
crime.
motive?
Right. We'll figure this out.
Oh, for the love of God, more of this bullshit. Do we have to do more of this specifically? Fucking reasoning deathmatch crap. Oh my God, this will never end.
Get out. The case. Solved. Solved. Get out. Get out.
I'm just trying to get these. You won't let me get them.
Damn.
Me so resigned. Don't lay down. Use your past induction or public conviction.
Get out. The case.
Most of the first one. None of this makes fucking sense.
Got it.
The case. Solved. Solved.
That flame doesn't hold up.
Yes,
It still isn't solved yet. I will discover who the mastermind is. I will solve every mystery. I will not turn away from the truth.
Yako's the culprit. Everything is done by Yako alone. He hired Pink the slaughter artist. There's the murder weapon. We even killed the doctor. Yako acted alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are.
That's so close.
There is nothing connecting Yako to Anonymous.
There's nothing next to it.
Say,
Suncream said Buzzin killed the doctor. I know there's no doubt about that, but that's all there is to it. No one else is pulling the strings. We need to find out who knows.
yeah, that's
I don't need
right.
clues. Let's check the solution key.
Yako's the culprit. Everything is done by Yako alone.
How was that not close? If any closer, I'd get fucking hit.
Slaughter artist. There's the murder weapon. We even killed the doctor. Yako acted alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are. There is nothing connecting Yako to Anonymous.
Really not gonna actually select the using key. Is there any special enemies make sense that the shouldn't have?
Speaking of
I'm
which,
thinking of Gene that said something harder. Why in the hell? Oh yeah.
There goes the culprit. Everything is planned by Nako alone.
Again, why is that?
He hired Fink the slaughter artist. There's the murder weapon. He even killed the doctor. Nako acted alone. So what about this anonymous?
Bullshit. It's so questionable, like, how far you need to be.
You'll never find out who they
That's
are.
okay. It just don't make no sense to
Nothing
me.
connecting Yako to Anonymous.
Smash through this mystery.
Chief Walker tried to hide his along with that photo of himself. It was strange for him to have this in the first place. This is the link between Anonymous and the Chief.
Kill you in the name of justice. Kill you.
Oh,
Anonymous doesn't exist!
Thomas doesn't sexist.
Yako plotted everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder! Yes.
Why is that not good enough?
Find it! It's worthless! That's why Yako threw it out too!
I don't think my puzzle for LA Labrador has anything to do with the case. How much do you think that same goes nowhere? Respect some key and
that's right.
The keys to the lab store. There's only one person can have access to it.
What does it mean there's only one person could have gotten that map?
Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako plotted everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder! Yes. Anyone can find it! It's worthless! That's why Yako threw it out too!
Say,
I think Mr. Ryder might be right. This map is pretty weak evidence on the town.
Right.
Only we had no clue to show a connection between the Anonymous. Now let's check the solution key as we lead. Yes, the key. Which one do you want me to fucking throw this?
Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako plotted everything!
Which one of them was supposed to fucking refuse? It don't make no sense! I know what I want to do, but I mean, it don't make no fucking sense. None of these words make any goddamn sense. I pressed right and then you fuck all. You did down instead of right. When I didn't press it down, I pressed right.
Everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder!
What do you want me to refute? I think it's
But
it doesn't make any sense what I'm supposed to refute.
Anonymous doesn't everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing!
Say,
Right.
This doesn't make fucking sense.
Anonymous doesn't exist! Justify everything! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor's murder! Yes. Anyone can find it!
This is the truth. The floor plan the chief had was from the lab's storage.
But that room was locked. No one could enter it. It was completely sealed off. Only the director of the Peacekeepers had access. So, the only person who could have gotten that floor plan was
Yomi.
Peacekeeper Director Yomi.
The anonymous person who gave Chief Yako the floor plan and pushed him to commit murder was... you! The director of the Peacekeepers! Yomi Hellsmile!
And how could Yomi possibly?
You were the mastermind. You were pulling the strings from behind the scenes. You instigated the chief to commit murder!
Why would the chief do that for him?
I never thought someone as empty as me could feel so much emotion. This is the first time in my life I felt this angry.
How
It
did
doesn't
you
make
do
sense.
it?
Why did the
What
chief
did you
fucking
do to
listen to
drive the chief to
Yomi and
murder?
betray us in favor of Yomi?
Answer me!
Oh, it's hilarious.
Telling you anything, idiot.
Right?
Huh?
So what if you figured it out? Who cares? It's too late now, you pathetic ingrates. Everyone died just as I planned. Now no one can stand in my way. No one can lay a hand on me. You should be grateful. I'm cleaning up this city.
What did you say?
I guess that's fine. You shouldn't be.
Master, I hate to admit it, but Yomi's right. You can't do anything to him here.
Why not?
We manipulated Fuzzhead from behind the scenes, but he wasn't the one who murdered the doctor. This mystery labyrinth is for the murder of Dr. Huesca. You can't punish Yomi.
Then what can we do? He has to pay for what he did!
I'm still pissed off that the boss would fucking choose to side with this shit instead of his team.
So,
What the fuck is
the truth
boss doing?
would be pointless? Then why have we been seeking it all this time?
The truth is meaningless. I'm in charge in Kanai Ward. I have to laugh. Who could have guessed things would go so well? Yako Furio was a pain in the ass. The only reason I kept him alive is for this moment. He didn't even realize I was manipulating him into killing the doctor for me. How stupid can you be?
That's quite funny.
You'll pay for this.
Why? I think the boss should.
Master, time's up. The mystery labyrinth is about to be destroyed.
Right. It's a fucking hoot, is it? Yeah, it's great.
If only we had found out what he was up to sooner, we might have been able to stop him.
Yeah, but you didn't. So much for being
Still,
detective.
I should
Maybe you'll be
able
less
to bring
lazy
this
from here on
memory
out?
back into the real world. I'll remember this confession. I'm not sure if it'll help, but I'll interrogate him once we return to the real world.
It doesn't matter. I'll cover it all up. You're all nothing but scum beneath my feet. I'm untouchable. And now, I'm gonna dispose of you like the trash you are!
Hilarious.
Damn it!
Why did the boss do such shit for us? Put us in such hot water? I'm not really upset with Yomi Hassai. He's been a shitbag the whole time. That doesn't surprise me. Like, why did the boss fucking go along with that garbage? Why is the boss that god awful? Oh, it is what it is. Oh, okay. That ends it.
Hey,
there is
hurry
no.
up!
You see, that's the thing. You
Execute
can't
these
presume
scumbags
anything
immediately.
from it. Like, you can notice it. It doesn't mean anything. There
Criminals
isn't going to
have
be
no
a big
rights.
Shinigami this time.
We'll pay for this.
What's with that look? Are you seriously going to defy me? Well, I don't care. You're all going to die now.
This is real bad, Master. He's serious.
Wait, Director Yomi Hellsmile. We know all about your secret dealings with Dr. Weska.
What? Did you say something? Maybe I'll kill the loudest one of you first. If you have something to say, go ahead. I can't hear you. Come on, who wants to be the first to die?
Damn it.
Forget it. I guess I'll just kill both of you at the same time.
This guy isn't listening to a thing we say.
Oh, he is. That's why he fucking is.
I'd boom kill him.
It's all going exactly how he wants. Solving the case didn't help anything.
Anyway, now you know that he did what this is. This is
Goodbye. Hope you enjoy the worst
Where's
nightmare of
Alara?
your life as you die.
The only one who will be having nightmares is you.
Oh my god.
You! I thought you went back to the surface! What are you doing here?
Well, Yomi, there's something I want you to see. What do you think of this?
Incrimination? Well, not incrimination. Evidence. Amazing physique. Number one on the WDO may look wizened beneath his robe. Bound body comparable to that of a youth is littered in scars following encounters with grinder criminals. Means of communication. Most communication to people outside water are tapped and monitored by amateur officers. Those are new. Even though we haven't left the chapter yet.
How did you get that?
Most of the secret deals you've been making over the years are listed here. Looks like someone's been cooking the books. You conspired with Dr. Weska and leaked Amaterasu's technology to other national enterprises. And with the money you obtained, you bribed the right people to control this city.
Lies! You made that all up!
You're fucked.
Hey! I don't care if he is the CEO. Arrest this masked freak! We can't let this outsider barge in here and take control of this city! Capture him! Execute him! Chop his head off! Crush his skull! What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?
You're losing your
You're
power.
scared, then I'll offer a bounty! Whoever kills him gets 100 million shin!
Oh wait,
You
it's because
obey
they
me.
are the other people in the
He's
detective
using
agency.
false information
Take
to
off your
tear
mask.
the peacekeepers apart! You
Funnily
want
enough,
that? You'll all be out
this
of
is
a job!
Desahiko. Joe.
Kane Ward is better off without people like him! This city's
except
fallen into ruin ever since
these
he
are
showed
the
up!
Detectives.
Now follow my orders! This city doesn't belong to him. It belongs to me! The great Yumi!
I'm sorry, Director Yomi. This city doesn't belong to anyone.
You're dead.
You... Martina, you're alive?
Makoto stopped the execution order you issued. I am here today thanks to him.
Are you going to
Martina
be
is
reasonable
right.
now, or are you still crazy as fuck?
Kanai Ward belongs to everyone who lives here. It doesn't belong to you!
Shinigami?
Probably best to stay quiet and watch for now.
Yeah, the other peacekeepers are detectives.
So, you're on that freak's side now?
Well, they're certainly not going to be on yours. You tried to kill her.
You're a member of the Peacekeepers! I won't allow such
You
insubordination!
already tried to kill her. I think it's too late.
Director
for that.
Yomi, there's something I'd like to say to you. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to consult with a lawyer.
What?
Under arrest.
Your reign is over, Yomi Hellsmile. Now, everyone, arrest the offending suspect. Please, do
Ooh,
not be
big
too
boy.
rough. Even criminals have rights.
Damn it. Damn you! Mark my words, you masked bastard! Yomi Hellsmile will be back!
I always need to trust Makoto, man.
And when I am,
They always
I'll
try to
kill
throw me
you!
off the path,
I'll
but I
rip you to
fucking do.
pieces for taking everything from me!
No, you've been taking from
You're
everyone
all
else.
dead.
You scum.
I'll kill every last one of you!
You're the worst.
As we discussed before, upon receiving his punishment, I hereby resign from my role in the Peacekeepers.
You don't have to.
You
I
could be
must.
potentially.
This is my way of taking responsibility as his accomplice. Well, Chief
You could
Executive
also take
Makoto,
responsibility by seeing a brother.
I hope you will see to the rest.
Sorry for causing so much trouble. That should settle things for now.
I was wondering where you'd gone. I need to go to the loop. Now I know that obviously, what's his face? Desihiko left his stupid bag outside of like the lab, but they did bring in their disguises as peacekeepers specifically when they went down in here, and they probably still have access to them, right? And we know that Vivia's down here on the ground, the boss is dead, we're obviously here, and then the 3 other masked, people would make sense if it just so happened that those specific 3, they weren't exactly tall or big or anything, but it would easily have been Fubuki, Desihiko, and Alara being the rest of the group. But,
What's going on?
While the peacekeepers had their hands full with the lab incident, I snuck into Yumi's room and looked around. And there, I found this file. It's all thanks to you.
No, it's all thanks to you. You're a very good CEO.
Don't tell me. You meant to bring us here to be a decoy from the start?
Let's try and not always take the worst angle you possibly could with this guy. I didn't like it to begin with. This guy is definitely our friend. How much more you have to fucking see that? Certainly more of a friend than Boss was. Couldn't exactly, this guy's probably more trustworthy boss that won't go and fucking kill someone and abandon all of you like your last one was.
It was all just a series of coincidences.
Looks like I wasn't able to die once again. Well, at least things worked out.
That was really dangerous. I thought you were done for, Master.
Makoto showing up really saved us. Though it seems like he was using me.
Shut up, man!
That pisses
Holy
me off.
hell!
Let's give him a piece of our minds.
Are you kidding me? You never give him the break that you deserve.
It's about time I talked to him.
He's awesome. And he's been awesome this whole time. And you constantly, right from the... Like, you give fucking Shachi and the Resistance more respect than Makoto. It's ridiculous. Like, when we were caught by fucking Makoto, and we were saved by him, by the way, because we were, like, dying, and he got his people to save us from the gutter or whatever, we responded by, we can't trust him, he's clearly working for Amaterasu, he's bad, blah, 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 blah. And then he allows us to go without a hitch, without a problem. We get abducted, and fucking, like, minding our own business, and we're totally fine. We get fucking, what's the word? Abducted, yes, but, kidnapped into the back of a fucking van. They say, oh, sorry, we had to do that. You could have also not done that. And you're in bloody cell for a long time, not some nice fancy place. And then, like, what's the bloody reaction that Shinigami gives? It's, oh, we should give this guy a chance. At least he's not as whatever the heck as the previous guy. Are you kidding me? It was much worse. Although he was a good guy, his team certainly was much worse. And look what happened. And then you're still, even Makoto's helped you in every step of the way, and you're still being shit about him. Even now. After he saved your fucking ass and Vivia. It's unreal. Makoto, you're fantastic. Thank you for being so awesome. I'm sorry these two can never appreciate you for the great, awesome CEO that you are. Fucking hell.
Oh!
Are you okay, Vivia? I'll manage. I'd have died if you hadn't shown up. Huh? Oh no, what?
Yuma.
I understand you're in a hurry. Can you hear me out for a bit?
Say,
Master, what are you gonna do?
We're gonna give all our thanks and gratitude to one of the most awesome characters in this game, Makoto Takatsuchi. That's what we're gonna fucking do. Just expect it for
I'm sorry about what happened to Chief Yako.
I'm sorry too, but that's Chief Yaku's fucking fault.
With Yomi gone, there's a change in the winds of Kanai Ward. Even through the endless downpour, I will rebuild this city from the ground up.
Yeah.
Because I love this city more than anyone else.
Would you be willing to commit?
I see.
By the way, how did your investigation at the secret lab go? Did you find what you were looking for? You know, the so-called immortal monster, the homunculus.
No, I didn't find anything.
Maybe homunculi are just rumors. But let me know if you'd still like help in your search.
Yeah, but you can't
If it's
say
within my power, I'll permit you detectives to search anywhere in Kanai Ward.
Thanks.
Well, I need to get going.
Can you clear up any
You should return
more
to your
suspicion you
friends.
have of him? He deserves that, man.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
He's just still harboring
Plus,
like
you need
negative
to tell
feelings.
everyone what happened to Fuzzhead.
Oh, one more thing. I have a gift for you, my friend. To express my gratitude.
I need to express my gratitude.
Kanai Ward will be reborn, thanks to you.
I haven't done anything.
No, that's not true. Please accept the gift. We're friends, aren't we?
I would like to think so, but
Oh, but don't
you,
open it yet.
Shinigami.
It's a bit of a surprise.
Sure.
What a
Okay.
ball.
See you later.
Look, he is back!
You still trying to do that shit, Helena?
Are you
You're that
alright?
sick?
We saw a
Lily
bunch of
died.
peacekeepers heading that way.
You should know that his pulse is gone
Well,
completely.
How did the investigation go?
It went well.
The
Why are you
case
still doing that garbage?
is closed.
Closed? Really?
I see. I'm relieved to hear that.
Are you?
Now the chief can rest without any regrets.
Well, now you stop.
Rest? Wait. Do you mean the
Did
chief?
you know about his fucking dealing?
Wait, you're joking, right?
He passed away quite a while ago.
But you kept fucking.
I
doing
was
this
hoping he
stupid
would
bullshit.
live until Yuma and the others returned, but there was nothing we could do.
A while ago? And that means he was dead before the Mystery Labyrinth. No, it can't be. Chief Yako, please.
Oh, he's
tell me you're only
sleeping permanently because there's no way he's alive now.
I will turn back time now, so please,
That doesn't matter.
open your eyes.
Stop it. There's no need to keep pestering the chief.
But
I wish I could do something too.
Yeah, I wish he didn't do the stupid things he did.
As a detective, you should understand that. Don't sob like a baby. I want to cry too, but
She's allowed to cry, but he isn't? That's not fair. Wah! That's Lord.
was he already dead? Or was it due to the Mystery Labyrinth? We'll never know.
I think I'll head home now. My business
You know
here
where
is
you're-
done.
so cold-hearted. As usual, he's like an emotionless robot.
Vivia. We should head back too. With the chief, of course.
Carrying him in a fucking stretcher as a dead corpse. You still don't fucking know why he did it. Okay, so Hoyomi Hellsmile told him to do it in some formal fashion. Why? We still don't know. We still don't fucking know. This is ridiculous. I think it's true. Understanding the deficit production decreased.
Master, how long are you gonna let this get you down? I know you're shocked that Buzzhead was the culprit, but you and I solved it together, so shouldn't we be celebrating?
Yeah. This idiot wants to
Solved it?
pine over this fucker still.
Yes, we did learn the truth. But it didn't resolve anything.
There's so plenty. Yomi's fucking mind boss.
What's the
Makoto's
point of solving
restoring
something
firewood.
if it doesn't save anyone? In the
It
end,
saved plenty of people.
we still
Every
don't know
single
why the
detective could
chief
have died.
did it.
Especially if we were
How
late.
could you even consider it solved?
Because you're a fucking idiot, that's
I
why.
understand why you're upset. Alright, I'll leave you alone for now.
Yes.
Yuma,
Hello.
I thought you'd be here.
We're glad you're still with us. Something to see is on. I'm just gonna look out here.
Say,
You're leaving the funny behind.
She's much better than that. Only much better. Waifu. You're ghost waifu, but I don't care. He's actual.
Kurumi.
hey, I just promised I'd give him some alone time!
You do that then.
Are you sure you should be walking around alone at this hour?
I heard about Chief Yako. Hey, Yuma. Did we make a mistake?
No.
If we
You
didn't try
fucking
to find
Yakuza,
that secret lab, maybe Chief Yako would still be alive.
I don't know if what we did was right or wrong.
Oh, you're an idiot now.
But either way, I think it would have ended like this eventually.
I'm glad to see that you've returned safely.
Thank you.
What do you mean, thank you?
To
I'm
tell
glad
the
to see you.
truth, while you were at the lab, I looked into Chief Yako's past a bit.
Huh?
I was just curious. Do you remember that talk on the submarine?
To me, this town is my life. My bitter past, my fun memories, they're all right here. I just wanted to protect the happiness I found within arm's reach. But it wasn't easy. It was too much for me to handle on my own. And as a result, I lost everything. I was an empty shell until you all came along.
Did he lose everything? What the fuck?
In short,
You're not that sure.
the chief lost his wife 4 years ago.
Actually, woman.
She was a researcher at Amaterasu's lab.
The chief's wife was an Amaterasu researcher?
Hot and clever.
On top of that, his wife's death was declared an accident. But there seems to be more to the story. At the time, the lab's head researcher was suspected of leaking technological information. It was the chief's wife that blew the whistle. If what she said was true, he would have been removed. But on the day before the commission came to investigate, an experiment went wrong and exploded, killing her.
It's obvious that someone was trying to silence her.
Yes. I am a
Yeah.
detective, and instead of
Chief
actually
Yako
going
probably
through all
suspected that too.
the links,
He was conducting his own investigation.
I'm just going to make an
In the
assumption.
end,
Latent as
I don't
that,
know what
after all
conclusion
the
he
fucking
reached.
cases.
So that's who the chief wanted to protect most. It's what he meant when he said he lost everything.
This is quite cute.
And the person his wife accused was... Weska.
Dr. Weska.
So, to avenge
You
his
know
wife.
who that is?
Yeah. Who he killed. How come you don't know? How come you haven't heard of Weska's death?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
You're gonna do that
It's
to our
getting
wife?
late.
You piece of shit.
Let's head back to the detective
To
agency.
our wife Karumi, Rara?
The chief's final words. I think they were actually meant for himself.
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind.
Certainly applies to him.
But you know
Not
what?
necessarily just for it.
Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
Or can't stand at all because you're dead now.
But I think he was wrong.
To take vengeance?
Because everyone is mourning you, Chief.
Yeah, and it is a stupid thing.
Chief, I've made up my mind. No matter how cruel it may be,
Advice the truth?
I will expose the truth hidden in this city.
Right. We also make love with Karumi like you should have done ages ago. She's our wife now.
Hey, did you come up with this dish yourself?
Oh my god,
I've
the same
never
ramen
had
shit.
Anything so tasty.
It's the same conversation as
Thank
before.
you. Cooking is all I'm really good at, after all.
Are you hungry? Can I make you something at the agency?
Yes, you can.
well, I guess I haven't eaten in a while.
What? This Vladdy is gonna mix something dangerous
I would
into
say
your
I would love to
food.
make something for you, because I can.
I suggest you stay far away.
I suggest you butt out your fucking business, you fucking gatekeeping bitch. I want nothing to do with you if you can't accept who I'm gonna be with.
Alright. What should I make? I need to cheer you up.
Karumi is waifu. You can't get with the program, Shinigami? Get the fuck out.
I'll go on ahead and make something in the kitchen.
She seems rather considerate. She's a nice girl.
I would love to be with her.
Yeah.
Or at least my own bird.
I wish you'd be more considerate to me.
You don't fucking deserve it, bitch. It depends entirely on the recipient whether I am courteous to them or not. You get exactly what you fucking deserve.
Yuma, does light shine into your world now that you've obtained the truth?
I don't know. It's like you said. I feel as though the world's ended. I tried so hard to find the truth. Should I not have done that?
No, you should do that. What you should be doing
ask
is
yourself
the truth is dead, and not
We'll
moving
have an
on.
answer for the you of today.
As usual, I'm not quite sure what you mean, Vivia.
I kind of. What is it like? Help me else, Mom? Fucking laughing his head off.
What's that?
It was hidden in the drawer of the chief's desk. It seems like a letter from Anonymous.
Anonymous? You mean Yomi?
Of course, he didn't know Anonymous was Yomi, This letter mentioned the truth behind his wife's death 4 years ago.
The truth?
It describes how Dr. Weska conspired to murder her. The facts were laid out,
Another Julian
cold
Assange
and
situation.
calculated. I wonder, how did the chief feel when he read it? It's not hard to imagine him burning with a desire for revenge against Dr. Weska.
So yeah, well, then he's a shitty human.
By the way, this letter
I mean,
arrived
revenge.
right after I was dispatched to Kanai Ward.
It depends what you mean by it.
In other words, the motive and means were both in the chief's hands.
So the letter was the trigger.
In my
You
ghost
kill
form,
someone I care about, so
I've
I
seen
kill
the
you?
chief staring at this letter in secret many
That's just my
times.
killing.
Back then, I didn't know what I was reading.
Seek justice, and
But
I
I know the
expose
chief was
you,
thinking
and
about
I
it constantly.
ensure that you are living a life behind
Perhaps
bars?
the map of the lab was sent together with this
At least
letter.
to start with?
If so, then it was a total
Before just
setup.
straight up going to murder from the off?
I'm sure the chief deeply regretted using her fortes as part of his crime. Or maybe that's just the truth I seek.
Yeah.
Maybe it's nothing more than wishful thinking.
You might be right.
I totally understand, you know,
I
someone
think
close to
the
you.
chief
and you
wavered
lose
back
them.
and forth the whole
All that,
time.
like, go then, kill then.
Yeah, I agree.
Stupid.
Some people think
Because then think
Vivian is
about it, what happens?
cold-hearted, But I
It just
think
keeps
he cared
cascading.
deeply for the chief.
It's a similar stupidity as like, if you're not with us, you're against us. And the
Well, I
fucking
think
Bacardi
he's
character.
terrible at showing it. He needs to work on his
And
facial
then where does that
expressions
end?
at the very least.
Oh, I disagree with this.
By
Kill
the
you.
way,
I disagree with this. Kill you. I disagree with you with this. Kill you.
Yomi
Oh,
definitely
you
was
killed
the
this guy.
mastermind
Kill you.
who
Oh,
worked
but
in the
now
shadows to
someone
put this
else
together.
was kind of close to them.
But
They want
that
to kill me.
aside,
Okay, so I'm dead. And
there's
then
one
that
more
person,
person
well,
I'm
you know,
curious
my
about.
parents, they kill them. And then someone kills my parents, and then da 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 ping pong, ping pong, ping pong
Do you think it was a
forever.
coincidence he brought me to the lab today?
Idiot.
Or
Rubbish. Seek justice. Put to jail.
the phone.
You know, you
It's a
provide
call
evidence.
from
Da,
the
da, da.
WDO.
You know, do your job as a fucking
We should go back
detective.
inside.
All right. At least try that. Seek help. Talk to your team. Don't try to use your team. Talk to your team. Talk to the people you can confide in. People that gave you back a life to live. You know? These things. No, I'm just gonna kill you because you kill them, and then you kill me, and then I kill you, and then kill, and then kill, and the kill, and then the kill keeps continuing because it kill fast. Kill. Oh my.
I know about Yako Furio. Who could have suspected that a proud detective of the WDO would commit murder?
Yeah. Very disappointing.
He doesn't know anything.
Oh, he knows quite a bit, I'd say.
If only the World Detective Organization had sent support to Kanai Ward sooner.
Stop it. There's no point in saying that now.
No, she just said it.
I can hear you. Enough idle talk. Focus. The only thing a detective must do is solve cases. Concentrate on solving mysteries. Emotions will only shackle you as a detective.
Yeah, well, we are human beings. If you don't
Emotions
take
must
care
be
of that, then there's no way you
reach
can
a
do a job
perfect
at all.
solution through a perfect deduction.
Like, none of you are right? Or either side of being wrong?
I know you're suffering from the loss of your chief, but the investigation must continue. Until Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is revealed, the great global mystery will never be solved. These are heavy responsibilities. It demands your complete attention.
In that case, please tell us. What is the great global mystery?
We couldn't figure it out, the thing you wanted us to
Many
figure out.
master detectives have already been killed. Keeping us in the dark could lead to more deaths. Like what happened to our chief.
Very well. The great global mystery is
And I farted.
a mass kidnapping case.
Huh? Kidnapping?
Yes,
Only kids?
countless people
Oh,
from
no.
around the world have been kidnapped and taken to Kanai Ward. We are searching for the heinous criminal responsible.
Heinous criminal.
Heinous criminal?
Lots of people have been taken
Oh, come on,
to...
Pookie, this is your perfect opportunity to misunderstand something.
But where could they gather that
A
many
criminal
people in
with
this city?
butts? What are they doing? A mass fraud?
I have an idea.
Intoxicating the
Seriously?
whole of Conai Ward with their collectified
Alara
leaving?
seems to know something.
Ah.
You'd better go have a chat, Master.
In some cases, I want them slow down. In some cases, I don't. But again, that's enough. I need to talk to everybody else. Where could they be gathering people in the city? I got no clue. Any ideas of a place like that, my man?
Hey,
Notions of you. Let me show you.
No way.
If the World Detective Organization had sent support, perhaps the chief wouldn't have died. Does number one believe even that sort of emotion should be discarded?
Not discarded, but not clouded either. There is a balance.
The restricted area. They could gather all the kidnapped people there.
You're right. That would be the perfect place to hide them.
We get to go to restricted area, yeah!
I was planning on discussing it later, but there is some new information about that place. It appears that the restricted area does in fact have a corpse disposal facility.
Oh god. They're gonna be where Chief Yaku goes?
However, there are lots of rumors about the restricted area.
Chief Yaku's corpse?
For example, they even say it's a corpse disposal facility where bodies from Kanai Ward are dumped off.
I just want to be a Caribbean. I want my own in real life.
That rumor was true?
In Kanai Ward, corpses rot easily due to the humidity from the rain, so they are quick to retrieve bodies. The corpses are then loaded onto trucks and transported to the restricted area for disposal. But that process is managed by a department with a handful of people working directly for Amaterasu's CEO. On top of that, they are only involved in transportation. They aren't aware of what happens afterwards. How the bodies are buried and who buries them is a mystery.
all of this secrecy around the burials. It's suspiciously cautious.
The CEO is that Makoto guy, right? Does he have something to do with the corpse burials?
But how is the global kidnapping case related to a corpse disposal facility?
I know! They are forcing the kidnapped people to bury the bodies!
I doubt it. Why bother kidnapping just for that?
If it's a corpse disposal facility,
Anyway,
why do you
there's
need to bury
definitely
bodies?
something happening in the city. Something sinister.
We just don't know what it is.
Is it there being
While
used as
we're at it,
peacekeeper?
Perhaps I should share the information I've obtained as well.
Which is why they're all masked?
Huh?
All the peacekeepers
You
are
got
masked,
something
and they just
too?
use them as peacekeeper supplies?
That anemic vampire knows something. I sure wish we'd gotten the whole story right away. Let's go find out what that is.
What's going on in the city? Let's listen to Vivia first. We still have time to figure out once we have all the details.
Oh?
If the corpses are not being buried, maybe they're being used as sacrifices to reserve evil gods? No, I feel that is not correct.
Really? You do? But what's the corpse processing facility got to do with the kidnapping case? I've got absolutely no idea. At any rate, let's talk to Vivia. We might just get our hands on some clues.
I don't know if it has anything to do with what's going on here. But while I was using spectral projection to search for the secret lab, I kept hearing about a strange rumor in town. There's a taboo among Kanai Ward's residents. Something they must never discuss in front of outsiders.
Taboo?
He's probably the only one who could have learned that. I doubt anyone would mention it in front of detectives.
What the fuck? Why didn't the rest of us learn that? I mean, if it's a taboo among the residents, and we are residents, then surely we should also be complicit in the taboo. Like, why wouldn't we all know about this already?
So what was it about?
The Blank Week Mystery.
The Blank Week Mystery?
Unfortunately, all I know is its name, and that it's taboo to mention it in Kanai Ward.
Huh? That's it? I don't get it.
I mean, any of us could have accidentally stumbled and say Blank Week Mystery for no reason.
Ominous.
May not be easy,
Maybe
but
it has
it's
something
possible.
to do with the mass kidnapping.
If we weren't
and the
informed about
restricted
it, we all
area.
live in Kanai Ward.
But all we have to go on is the term.
The Blank Week Mystery is taboo in Kanai Ward. I wonder if Kurumi has heard about it. I should ask her after this meeting with number 1.
She's an informant who may be hiding information. If that's true, we'll have to torture the info out of her.
The Great Global
no
Mystery,
evidence
the Restricted
for
Area,
that.
the Blank Week Mystery, and a heinous criminal pursued by the WDO. After coming this far, we're still discovering more mysteries. How are they all
Like
connected?
science. The more you study, the more
What
questions.
is going on in Kanai Ward?
Listen closely, detectives. If this case is ignored, more people will fall victim.
You about to die? What is
You
this?
are the only ones who can stop it. The World Detective Organization never overlooks a mystery. Any and all truths must be exposed.
This is just bad lip sync.
As always, we are aiming for
Because they
a
didn't
perfect
change it
solution.
from Japanese.
Now that I'm involved in this case, I will guide us to that end.
Terrible lip.
Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all
I was right about the other one too.
What's going on?
I was
What
right.
was that flash?
He's dead. They're gonna
Number
reconnect
1,
the
I
signal.
heard an explosion. What's that?
We also saw an explosion.
Another branch. A news flash. All right, give me the video feed.
We bring you breaking news. The WDO headquarters has been struck by a terrorist bombing. Here's live footage from the scene. You can see the fierce fire consuming it. For those of you just tuning in,
Terror attack?
The WDO. What's going on?
What is this? What is happening? Master, this is...
What is this?
I must rewind.
No, it's gas. Everyone, hold your breath.
I wanna die someday.
Hey,
Master!
He's helped us so much. Anyone could, choose to do something evil after doing 100 things good. But Mikoto's literally saved us and allowed us to do so much, so often. So they want to write him as a bad guy after all. Whatever. Perfect Insider, the end. Finally. I didn't do well. I got A. No surprise. It's been fairly fair with the scores. I like how this. I don't like this chapter. I still don't understand why he had to kill himself and not just wait and jump over the door and all sorts of stuff. Okay, well, this. We won't be going forward much more, but you know, at the beginning of the weird movie, they like to. They always like playing another weird movie in the beginning of each.
Where am I?
What was that? Where are we?
I don't know, but it doesn't look good. Oh man, this place is giving me the creeps.
Well, let's just look around and figure out where we are for now. What the heck was that? No, wait, I have to figure out where I even am.
Now we're on our picture. Really? Gosh. Ah. Fucked it. I need to do something. Oh. Oh, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'll sort that out soon if I want to. Okay! We're good. We're good. Let's get on. Calling it that. If you enjoyed, always consider giving a follow. I will be continuing this game to completion. I might also play some other detective games. We do like playing Spike Chunsoft stuff here. We've already streamed Danganronpa's 1, 2, V3, AI Somnium Files, and Nirvana Initiative on this. If you want to have a look at some of the Danganronpa playthroughs that we've had on the stream, there's a YouTube link. But I have to go now. Later. I might mess around with the load so it's in the right order. Watch those.